and we turn to our staff.
Thank you, council members. Mayor. I feel like I don't have much room back here, so I'm going to move this up. Is this on?
Yes.
Can you hear me? All right. All right, so we're going to start off. We're going to lay a few ground rules before we start here, so bear with me. We want today to be a discussion. If there is no discussion from council members, we could get out of here in about 45 minutes, so that's up to you. But we do have points throughout our presentation where we specifically, we have questions, we have time for discussion, and we're actually going to employ an approach that Matt Taylor has employed on several occasions of a round robin. So that way those council members who usually wouldn't speak hopefully can speak, and hopefully we can get the ideas of, and thoughts of all the council members. So we'll do that at various times throughout the presentation today. We have a few recommendations to consider, is what we're calling them throughout the presentation. And obviously this is up to council members whether or not to accept those recommendations, but what we're thinking is those would be part of the budget resolution that you'll be approving next week. So you'll see those throughout as well. So on the next slide here, you can see we've kind of separated into two parts. The first part is our review of this year's budget that you're about to approve next week.
I got a second. Can I put this on the show?
Oh yeah, fine. So the first part is a review of this year's budget, and then the second part is kind of a prioritization going forward. And we're going to ask for some ideas about some funding strategies, and we'll get into that a little bit later. So for the first part, we're going to talk a little bit about the water rate adjustments. Bryce will take that on. I will take and talk a little bit about supplemental requests, full-time employees increases and decreases, and then Bryce will talk about the recreation center fund.
All right, real quickly, in February or March of this year, the water department came and did a presentation on the expected changes that would be coming for fiscal year 2015. And so they presented this slide, which shows their projected CIP needs over the next 5 years, and with the intention of doing a bond in FY15 and another bond in FY17. You can see that those are the years where there's the highest expenditures that are anticipated. And so these are this includes several projects, not just one project, within each of the divisions within water. And so that's just to show you what their anticipated needs are for the next 5 years related to CIP. Specifically, to pay for those increases, they've proposed a 5-year schedule of rate increases that approximate to about, I think they estimated at 10% per year of the average consumer for water. And so at the conclusion of the 5 years, it will be approximately $34, $35 per month that's increased as part of that payment plan. And so this is to pay for those CIP projects that I showed you. And so the most interesting slide that council staff believed was this one. This shows the CIP balances and operational balances for each department if there is no fund increase and if they were to move forward with those projected CIP projects. And you can see the bottom line here is $50 million in the hall. Specifically, wastewater and water are approaching those negative $40 or $50 million within each of their budgets in 10 years if nothing is done to pay for those projects. This slide shows what would happen if that schedule is approved and those funds were approved each year, which is about a $30 increase per month within to the average consumer within the city of Provo. And so you can see that none of the balances particularly get above $2 million or much above $2 million And so it's not like they're flush with cash. These are important projects, and so that's why they feel like that schedule needs to be adjusted to pay for those projects. And so just so you're also aware, the Council Budget Committee recently reviewed some of the CIP projects, and they have altered their recommendation to move forward with the 2015 bond with the hope of reducing the total amount for 2017 if we can find some creative ways to do that and not have to put the full burden on the fee increase. And so we wanted to just kind of start this out. This is probably the most significant item on this ballot. We feel like it's probably the most potential for questions from residents. And so what are your thoughts on the proposed rates? And again, we'd like to do it in a round robin type of style so we can get some feedback from each of the council members. And Councilmember Miller, I'd like to start with you if that's okay.
Certainly, thank you. The questions that occur to me initially are, first of all, questions that are, shall we say, structural. I was so taken by the whole process that resulted in the Utility Transportation Fund. I know that Wayne wrote about that and recommended it as a very positive case study, if you will, in municipal government. And I quite agreed. And so ever since, I've always attempted to hold that up as a kind of first option. In other words, ask the question, why won't this work? And in this case, whereas in the case of that particular fund, we had we had a very limited prospect for eventually putting in place the level of funding that was needed for the maintenance of roads throughout the city. Here we have an ongoing rate structure in the Provo City Utilities, and so I think it's a different context, and we're asking about whether an incremental increase annually for 5 years, as you outlined, will, first of all, meet the needs. And given what you've shown us here, apparently it would. That's on the assumption that the balances that you showed us, none of them peaking all that far above $2 million, would be adequate for the purposes that are anticipated. And moreover, whether that the position that we're in at the end of the 5 years would be a sustainable position for, say, the next 10, next 5 at least, and the next 10. That is, would there likely need to be continued utility rate increases after that? Or is this a burden that we ask citizens to bear for 5 years, accommodating as they can, and then no more burden beyond that for a time? Or is it, will the burden simply decrease but continue? The other question is philosophical. We've seen the way the school board goes about its business, and that's because the infrastructure has maybe 40 or 50-year life. The school buildings, the kinds of infrastructure we're talking about here have a comparable lifetime. At least that's my impression. And the question is it better to is it better to come by the funding through municipal bonds, or does it make sense to try and save as we go, rather than defer maintenance and replacement until we are at a point in the bond cycle where we'll pay for it with a lump sum in that way? Is it better to be putting something away all along in the interest of deferred maintenance and replacement? That's a philosophical question. I don't know the answer. I'd be interested in researching it. Sorry for the long-winded, but that's what you get with a round robin.
Ms. Santiago?
So in our budget committee meeting, we talked about whether or not the residents should bear the burden of development, or I guess I could rephrase that. So the $5 million of this bond, the second part of the bond is going to go towards a west side development and making sure that the pipe is big enough, that we have a lift station that will adequately take care of up to 1,000 homes. And right now, there are 12 homes in one church that are going in, and the current infrastructure, sewer lines and all that will take care of that. But as this development is built out, we're going to need a bigger pipe, we're going to need a better lift station. And there was a question because the impact fees don't even cover like half of the cost. And so the question that the committee discussed was, should the developer pay more in impact fees to take care of that cost, or should citywide residents be responsible to bear the burden of some of those impact costs? And what we came to on this specific project is there's a development agreement that says that the city will do this, that city will put in this pipe, that we will put in the lift station. So we didn't really see any way around it with this particular project, but it did bring up the question, are we asking enough of our impact fees? And we wondered if it wouldn't be wise to do a study and see what other cities are doing as far as impact fees and how we can make it a little better where the city's not bearing the burden and the residents aren't bearing a burden that for one development in the city, if that makes sense. And that was a discussion that we had, quite a healthy discussion, trying to figure out, how that could work. And that's why when he talks about maybe less money on the second bond, hoping to find a creative way of increasing impact fees or finding a way where the developer for that particular development could help bear some of the cost of putting in the sewer lines, the infrastructure. So that's something that I think that we should talk about going forward, and love to get those of you that are in development your input on that. I'm guessing if we did a study and we find out what other cities are doing and find out, if we're not even recouping our costs, that's kind of, I don't know if that's a burden that the city can bear if we're in, some pretty difficult financial situations. So trying to keep up with our capital improvement projects, and I don't think that we can really delay any longer. These are some things that I think, in my mind, need to be done. So that was one question that came up from these meetings.
I think that the need is definitely there. We've been down and looked at the water facilities, and I appreciate and trust the advice of those who are sort of in charge of that part of the city, particularly planning for some kind of an earthquake. I think we just have to do that in order to be prudent. So I assume that we need these facilities, that we have to pay for them. At the same time, I think my area is probably the low-income area of Provo, and there are people, students, in some cases families, just that are don't have great incomes, people who are on fixed incomes, and it's a major sacrifice for them. $10 increase a month is a substantial sacrifice for them. I think sometimes it's very hard for us to really get into those shoes and anticipate what that's like for some people. It's very, very hard. So when we saw the presentation on the budget that Provo City residents' purchasing power is actually declining over the last 5 years, and we're talking about these increases, we are requesting a substantial sacrifice from a lot of people. And not only on the water, but we've got other things that are going to be going up as well. The school bond issue, the road fee, we've added on the fee to do the fiber. I'm concerned that everything looks like it's going up, but we do really seriously need to look at ways to decrease cost to our residents if we can. I don't see anything that's decreasing. So that's a concern. That's a serious concern. I think we're putting a hardship on a lot of people, and we can't look at these increases as easy to do, because for many people they're not. That said, I think I'm in favor of the increases, because again, I don't see any way around it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Sill?
I have a similar impression that the projects are important and necessary. I'm concerned also about the magnitude of the rate increase. It would be nice on that graph if we were able to project that out maybe 10 years more. I don't have a good feel for whether this 52% over 5 years, whether that is necessary just to get us through the next 5 years, and will that end up being higher than it needs to be after that 5-year period, or is it going to need to stay at that level and maybe continue to increase? I just don't have a good feel for that.
Maybe we could get that for you.
Dave, I don't know if you have I was just asking Jimmy, I think we have looked beyond the 5 years. We can look and see, we've got a jump drive here that may have that information on it. We can show you.
Do you anticipate that it goes down after 5 years, or does it maintain?
We do anticipate there's probably going to continue to be a need for some minor rate increases. The unknown, obviously, is inflation, where that happens. But I don't see the costs of, chemical treatment, things like that, ever decreasing. It might, but we're anticipating a much more modest increase. We're talking down in the 3 to 5% range at the tops. That's what we're projecting right now. But the increases that we are recommending, we feel like it kind of gets us back on top of the problems well enough that we can sustain what the needs are from that point on. We feel like we've let some projects get ahead of us that should have been done a little bit earlier, or planned financially a little bit earlier, and it just has not happened. And they're just even from an operation standpoint, you heard a little bit about pressure changes from residents, and lack of storage, lack of development of wells. That all comes from not keeping on top of the infrastructure needs.
So, Dave, it sounds to me like you're saying a relief from the increase, but not a relief from the fee.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Van Buren?
I'm handicapped. I came late to the discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll respond to a couple of things. Ms. Santiago talked about the developer, and that's where my background is. That's where I've been involved. Study impact fees, and those who are here at the city can maybe help me understand. I think when impact fees were initially put into place, they were kind of sporadic, and they were put into place and used for however they wanted to use. And then those that were against impact fees, being developers, Home Builders Association, National Home Builders Association, all those organizations that are in that area. Of course, there are large lawsuits saying you can't just charge us an impact on the park and then go use it to build your swimming pool and your rec center. You can't do this. And so there's a lot of studies and a lot of lawsuits and a lot of time. And I think there was a pretty big law firm that came from the East and pretty much ran around to the communities and said, here's how to maximize your impact fees legally. And a lot of the cities went through that process. Say, okay, if you do it this way, you can get, and I don't know where we are as a city as far as legally limiting the impact fees. I don't know that. I don't think Provo City was involved in the lawsuit with Home Builder Association a little bit, but they weren't as bad as some of the other communities in the county. So to study the impact fees or to study what other communities do, I think those studies are pretty much out there because they've been in lawsuits for years, and that's an ongoing process. And it's easy to say, and I say it too. Developer needs to pay for what he's doing. But on the other hand, the developer doesn't pay those fees. The developer passes those fees on whoever buys the houses or the property or the improvement. That maybe a little bit, but the developer's not going to come in and say, here's my potential amount of money I can make, and now the city's asking me to do this lift station, so, well, instead of making $1.5 million, I'll only make $400,000. It's not worth it, so they leave. Or they raise the price so high that then we have a community that can't afford the product. And so it's not an easy, it pushes both ways, and I don't know that anyone's found the equilibrium, and maybe that's what we need to study. Secondly, on new development, when there's the argument of people that live different than where the new development might be, they say, well, why should we as a community pay for a lift station that's just going to benefit that west side of town? I guess that argument can be made, but on the other hand, I think the argument could be made for a new development to say, why are we paying this road tax? Our roads are brand new. We haven't destroyed, we haven't impacted, we haven't done anything of those roads over there. But each month on our bill, there's a road fee to pay for roads somewhere. So I think an argument can go both ways. And so it's not an easy, I'm not saying there's easy solutions, I'm just saying pushing that way is hard too, and maybe there's a balance, maybe there's a combination of everything. The needs, I get as discouraged as everyone else about seeing those needs and seeing that revenue, those curves just, I don't know if our plan to do the capital improvements is too aggressive. In other words, if we say maybe we can't do the things we want to do in 5 years, maybe it has to be 7 years, and we lower the fee increase. I don't know, but I think it's worth looking.
Mr. Winter?
A couple of things that I noticed. I do like the idea of a fee rather than trying to look at taxes. Fees usually go directly to the service that we're trying to deal with. And so as we go forward with that, I like the idea of showing that we're raising water rates and it's going to go to the water system. Otherwise, taxes, I just don't know. If we do property taxes, it's not a direct development. The developer supplements, I don't know that, I think in one of the discussions we had in the last council is that we wanted to promote some growth out, and certain types of growth out on the west side. So as a community, we decided that we would support some of that because we wanted to see single family homes or a daybreak type community out for a celebration that we were talking about. We thought that would be a good development for our community. We got to remember that single family homes do not cover the cost of the services that we render. The city gives to those things. And so we are supplementing every single family home in the community, basically. People say, well, maybe we don't have to do that right now. Maybe we're not quite ready, but I do have a challenge with sticking with the commitments that we made. Even though this council is not bound by other councils, I don't believe in that very strongly. I think if we make a commitment as a city, I think it's important that we stick to it. The impact fees, I agree with Kay in many areas, but I do believe that every person that moves into the community has an impact, makes an impact on our system. And from just the limited study that I've done on it, I don't believe that our impact fees are covering the impact now of what we're doing now. It's a challenge. We built these walking village. How much did they pay in impact fees?
$1 million.
Sorry?
$1 million.
Was well over. Oh, and we spent that money on.
Well, that was parks.
Parks.
We built walking park.
We built walking park.
We managed to replace the park that was lost.
And so there are certain things that we keep in the same area, but we're talking about possibly, I know Gary McGinnis talked about well, we can take some impact fees and work on first south. Because now we want to call that a linear park. And so we take park impact fees and put it there. A creative way of doing that. Does that community up there actually create an impact on our First West? I don't, that's the question that we have to deal with as a community. But I do believe that we're not collecting enough in impact fees to cover what we are, the impact that's happening through the development. I think it's great that we're facing reality here. People are concerned about individual citizens and the challenges that they face, but I don't know of anything that's gone down. I think it's difficult for the residents to come to us and say, you have to cut, when in reality, everything that they are doing, nothing is being cut anywhere else. Cost to the cities, our costs are not being cut, they're increasing. And I think it's a reality that we do have to face. My heart goes out to especially those of lower income. But it's a challenge that we have to face. And if they expect us to just cut, there are domino effects that will happen. If we cut, for example, let's cut some out of arts and recreation. What park are we going to sell? Well, don't sell the one in my neighborhood. We look at the one up there. I can see what we did with the Rock Canyon. Now where are we going to take this money? What are we going to do with the money if we decide to sell a park? We just bought another park up in Rock Canyon. Those are the challenges that we face as a community. I think that we need to recognize that no matter what we decide, there are domino effects of what's going to happen and how we can balance some of these budgets. If we want to cut arts, which one? And I think it's up to us as a council to actually say, okay, let's cut, and this is how we're going to do it.
And Mr. Garrett, I didn't know if you wanted to comment as well. We're talking about the proposed rate increase for water. That's probably, council staff, at least that's going to be the most discussed item as part of this budget. And so we wanted to kind of get thoughts of what your thoughts on that increase were.
I think my thoughts are more principle based and higher level, related maybe to this question generally about rate increases. And I have two thoughts. One is that, and much of what I'll say, I think echoes what I've heard here, that we were elected to be responsible, to be fiscally aware and sensitive to our community members and their situations, but people know that we have needs as a city, that costs increase, and they want us to do our best with the funds that we have, and recognize from time to time that there will be increased needs as a city. Secondly, they want to be assured that our administration is doing everything they can to, and when I use the word creative, I mean it in a positive way, but to be creative in how they address the budget needs of our city. And I feel like I can defend our administration over the last 2 years as I've seen how they have taken funds from here and there and met different needs creatively to minimize the impact on our citizens. So I think those are the two feelings that I have related to our budget. That there are times that we need to propose an increase, and we need to be aware and conservative in administering that. And then secondly, we need to make sure we're looking at all other aspects of our city's budget management to confirm that we are being responsible in how the city is managed.
I just have another thought. Are we doing everything that we can as a city to increase our revenues? We talk about costs are going up, and our infrastructure needs, are we doing everything that we can to increase our revenue, sales tax revenues, and making sure that our, I guess that's what the fees came into, making sure that we're recouping our cost on our fees and those types of things. I guess the administration, if you could maybe answer that. I don't know.
We could probably use a whole day to answer that. I mean, the short version is the variables. The primary ones would be property tax and sales tax. And I think a healthy discussion for the council would be relooking at the policy of not doing a truth in taxation permanently that keeps us flush with inflation. And we had quite a discussion in last year's budget about that, and the council decided not to do that. And so in essence, it's small, but the one area that is going down is property tax because we don't keep up with inflation. The other is sales tax, and like I say, we would need quite some time to delve into our thoughts on that. We actually have some pretty aggressive plans that we'd like to share with you. But at the heart of that is also very much a philosophy that the city took decades ago that cast the retail sales dollars away from us into another community, and for which we need to confront. That's the way it is, and we can adjust it and we can work on it, but that's one of our realities, is that we don't enjoy that same retail base that others do.
Right, so I think a question that might occur to some of the citizens and taxpayers is, how did we get here? Grim as it is, why wasn't this noticed sooner? Why didn't people do something about this sooner so that we didn't find ourselves at this kind of omega point? And I don't know the answer to the question fully, but there was legislatively a deep resistance to any kind of tax increase, and that's decades long. So in effect, what that does, and I'm talking now about resistance to cost of living increase or inflationary increases. No allowance made whatsoever, locally and at the level of state government. And one wonders about that, because in essence, what we're doing is simply pushing the mounting debt to the next generation and saying, you deal with it. That's in effect what we're doing. We're exculpating ourselves from any current liability by doing that. But on the other hand, when that time comes, it turns out there never is a good time for it to come. This is about the worst time for it to come, in fact. Maybe a couple of years ago would have been even worse, but it's still a very bad time for this to come in terms of local, state, and national economies. And so at some point there is a biting of the bullet, as it were, and those who are elected to bite the bullet are probably well advised not to worry about re-election, at least now, while these decisions are being made.
May I comment?
Please.
I think there's some real insight in your comments, and I believe that the structure of municipalities and really all governments precipitates the situation that you've described. It's just all too easy to pass this on, and until it gets to be a crisis, why would we impose this on our residents? It's been a very interesting few days with 7 other mayors from around the country last week. There's not one that wouldn't trade us places. I think that's important to put in perspective, that they would laugh at me if I said, we got a really tough decision coming up on water rate increases. And they're dealing with serious infrastructure problems, serious educational problems, serious crime problems. And so for a minute, we can't enjoy that short breath where we say, wow, aren't we glad this is the extent of our problems. I would answer too this question of why now, why not sooner, to some degree would be I think if you look at for the last few years, we've bitten off some pretty substantial problems one by one, and we I guess we could have said, okay, we're going to take on Provo, the roads and water all in one nut, and I think our community probably would have rebelled.
Rock in.
Yeah. But by biting these things off one at a time, and finding the best answer we can, I think we can say we are doing the tough things right now, and one by one eliminating them. The other thing I would say is, having been here, one of my very first opportunities was to raise power rates after 23 years of no power rate increases. And doing a double digit, that was what we did 4 years ago. And one of the things that's occurring to me, and as particularly as I listened to Stephen talk about the hardship, if I reflect back on that experience of raising power rates, one of the things we said was, hey, you can solve this by conserving. And if you can adjust your bill by 10%, you can avoid this increase. And Dr. Walters said something that was really interesting several times in his presentation. One, it was kind of along the lines of, this may be necessary, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't feel the pain when we do it. And I think that's kind of where some of you are at right now, is okay, this may be necessary, but we got to feel this pain. But it might be going to our sustainability committee and giving them the challenge to say, can you articulate ways that people can save 10% on their water bill, and then doing a good job of promoting that would be an answer to help some of these people through this, and saying, hey, it may not be easy, you may have to change your shower head, you may have to let a few spots in your lawn not go as green as you would like them to be, but I don't know of anybody that can't conserve 10%. Now, that message 4 years ago on utility, on power, caused a little bit of concern, because if everybody throughout the city conserves 10%, then we've defeated the purpose. But what we found was that those who it was really painful for figured out how to conserve 10%, and the rest didn't. And plenty of people spend money on power, and my guess is plenty of people spend money on water. But giving a method or an avenue to those who it really is truly a hardship might be part of the answer. And my guess is Don Jarvis would love that challenge and did it to them.
And we intend to delve into some of those long-term issues a little bit later in the presentation. So, but this initial presentation is just about what's in this year's budget that we think should be discussed. And so, yes, in the future we're going to talk about some long-term strategies we can look at.
I had a question. You know, part of the confusion for me comes from the fact that we struggle with, you know, a $10 million, $15 million issue on the water, for example. And yet we've got $150 million bus rapid transit, for example, coming through. And they'll not even use all the money that they're given. They have a habit of returning back when UTA builds these projects. So it's confusing. So in some areas we have so much money for something maybe we don't really need right now. We're thinking we will eventually. And for other things we have critical needs but no money for it. I'm just assuming that we've looked at every federal source of income and a grant and resource for those kinds of things that are really more important to us than even the transportation, right? I mean, are there other resources besides just our own residence taxes? Are there federal things for water projects?
I can address that to at least a certain extent. On the federal level, there are very limited options as far as wastewater and water grants where the money's actually given to you. The state of Utah does operate two different programs. There are a few grants that are offered by the state of Utah for water and wastewater. They're generally, the grant section is usually given to communities that can demonstrate financially that they simply cannot meet the requirements for projects financially, and they're usually smaller communities that will get the grants. The state of Utah also operates a revolving fund. It's essentially a loan, and they are low interest bonds that are given out. They're generally 0.5% to 1% lower than what you would get on the bond market. You have to go through an application process, and there's quite a few communities that will go through that. I've seen that done in other communities. And we haven't extinguished that option for Provo, but that program still requires the city to pay that bond back. It's no different than, your bond at your local bank, that you would buy. So you have to pay those back still, and it's a revolving fund, so that there's not always funds available, and you kind of have to wait your turn for that kind of a program through the state. But as far as actual grants that are given that are not, the city doesn't have to pay back, there's very few options for us.
All right, well, thank you for your feedback, and we'll move to the next item.
Well, we didn't keep within the 45 minutes. That's okay, I guess we'll do the 5 hours.
Can we make, well, got a great point. I'm going to ask him if that's all right.
Yeah, and again, I probably can't see this, a little small. This is from Dr. Walter's presentation last week that talked about our utility revenues per capita, what's occurred to those since 2003. If you look, it's probably hard to see. There's an orange line here at the top that represents constant dollars. So again, adjusting for inflation. And had we maintained over that time period the average per capita utility rate, that number, that line would have been straight across the last 11 years. But what's happened is we've allowed inflation to erode our buying power, and as we have not increased rates but instead drained reserves, which has been our traditional history for the last 20 years. If you overlaid our reserve accounts and what's happened to those, they would match that graph almost precisely. And so we found ourselves in this double whammy, where, again, prior legislative bodies and mayors were not willing to take on the hard task of increasing utility rates. And again, if you think about electric rates alone, we went 28 years without a kilowatt hour rate increase. I don't know anybody who's done that. And so again, if you think about what we have, and I think there's a good argument that says what we have saved our utility rate payers is that volume on the chart, because we did not maintain pace with inflation. And I think if you took a 20-year or 25-year history and said, had we maintained our pace with inflation, our rates would be about where they are being proposed to be now, but they would have been there for the last 20 years in real dollars. And so again, I think one of the challenges you run into is that when you don't make the small incremental changes along the way, at some point you have to make the big incremental change later. It's not unlike deferring maintenance on your home. At some point, if you don't, effectively maintain, what happens in your home if you don't take good care of your water heater, you're gonna have to replace the water heater at the end of a long period of time if you're not draining it and maintaining it and softening the water and those kinds of things. And I think we just find ourselves in a circumstance where for years we had a reserve that was sufficient to allow us not to raise rates, but we now reach a point, as the chart showed earlier, where we don't have the luxury anymore. And so again, I think Dr. Walters made the point better than maybe anybody has, as they looked at those inflation-adjusted dollars. We just simply haven't kept pace. And small 1% and 2% and 3% increases through that time period would have not only prevented us from having to do a bond, because we would have had the dollars saved in reserves, but we would have met our needs on a pay-as-you-go basis. And unfortunately, now we're just not in a circumstance where we can do that. So as Dave suggested, even when we get caught up with our capital needs, if we want to go to a pay-as-you-go basis, we're probably going to have to make those small tweaks to our rates every year or two, rather than waiting 28 years.
How much? And John Neese can probably help me with this. We talked about having a big reserve saving all along. That becomes really subject to the council's desires. That's a little bit scary to a resident sometimes, giving the government extra money just to save for a rainy day for when they need it. But the question is, how much can we save legally? We're limited to certain
General
things.
fund's the only one that has
General
that.
fund is the only
Utility
one.
funds.
Yeah,
Utility funds, okay. There's
no statutory limit.
only general fund.
It becomes a political limit. It's,
That's right. And I
when
understand.
do you increase rates? When you have $20 million in the bank. And that's when it becomes pretty tough. And again, I think that's the situation our elected officials over the last 20 years have found themselves in.
Because was there a time when we had roughly those levels of reserve?
Our electric rates,
Yeah.
we had a great reserve at
Yeah,
one
we
time.
did.
We chewed through a $12 million rate reserve fund in 6 months. And instead of, and so this is a good example, when we had that crisis in '08.
08, and then in 2002, you're losing $1 million a month.
So instead of immediately adjusting rates, the elected officials chose to use up that reserve fund. And a perfect scenario would have been to adjust rates partly, use the
Yeah,
reserve
some of
partly,
that.
and it would have lasted longer than 6 months.
So those funds were drained completely, pretty much.
I think I got done with $1 million or something like that, almost no time at all.
I noticed that Orem city budget is about, what, 92 million, and ours is 196. So we're almost double what they are.
We have electric utilities, which they don't have, which
That's the
adds
difference.
between 50, 70, $75 million to the equation, so. That's largely the difference. What's that?
Their population is about 20,000.
Yeah, they're about 90,000 population.
25,000.
Eagle Mountain's council just voted to
Sell.
divest all of their utilities
Sell their
by the end of the
utility
year.
infrastructure.
And our utility has been our lifesaver because of our lack of sales tax.
In many respects, it's the equalizer with Orem and their sales tax.
I just throw out the thought that sales tax is not always the magic bullet that some communities, they rush out and they overzone for, and they get what they want. And Orem has done very well for a long time, but they have put their budget out of balance in some ways, in that when the economy tanked and sales tanked, excuse me, turn off. Their budget took a bigger impact than ours did. I could, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. I think the more you can look at your budget as a diversified financial portfolio, the more stable your budget is going to be in the long term. The more you heavily invest in one basket or the other, and you don't diversify, you're going to be more ebbing and flowing with those changes.
Let me add to that, too. I think the decision Provo made decades ago to not emphasize retail actually was a good decision personally. And Orem wants to be Provo. Provo wants to be Orem. But they look over at us, and they would trade us State Street for University Avenue. We trade them for University Avenue for State Street. And so not only is it unstable, but there are other ambiance issues that need to be taken into account that I think are worth it.
I guess when you're looking at it as a portfolio, my question is, are we doing all what we can on the sales tax revenue side to help ease some of the other things? Not that we want to become Orem, but are we doing everything we can to leverage that?
If our sales tax is here, Orem's heavier weighted, but we're, property tax is really light. And so if we're talking about balancing, there's other areas to balance before you maybe try to seek more sales tax.
If you take the library out of the equation, our utility transfer rates dramatically exceed our property tax revenue. And yet property tax is the one thing people comment on. If you go raise the property tax 10%, you'll have, and I managed a city once where the council proposed a 40% property tax increase. We had to hold the public hearing in the high school gymnasium. We had 850 people come to our public hearing that night. And this was in a city a tenth the size of Provo. And so again, I think you just understand there are some political dynamics associated with how you do that. Now again, and we agree, and I don't think, as the mayor suggested, we are not ignoring the need to increase sales tax revenues. We're actively working as actively as we know how to do in the stage we're in the economy to try to grow that, and we're having some great discussions. And we've got some retail developers who are anxious to do some work with us and looking at a variety of choices there. And again, anxious to try to move in the right direction in a way that's prudent and doesn't sell our soul necessarily.
You hinted that might be a presentation in the near future.
We would love to have
Yeah,
that discussion.
and I'm predicting some of you are going to say, really?
Right, that's probably true.
Let me make that point.
I'm already saying that.
4 years ago, one of the first decisions that came to me in the council was Target, bringing Target into the city. And here was the deal that was on the table. We had to buy a piece of property that was blocking access to where they wanted to go. That was $4.5 million. Nothing coming back to the city other than that piece of property. We might be able to redevelop part of it, but part of it was going to be a road. We were going to give Target the land that they needed for their store, just give it to them, and that was part of the golf course. That would require removing 3 holes to the other side of the golf course at a cost of $1.5 million, and we were willing to do that. And we were willing to sign away 20 years of any sales tax revenue from Target for coming into our city, and Target walked away from the deal.
It's very expensive.
So and that's why, like, really, a whole day discussion about retail would be a healthy discussion with the council, and it's complicated, and that's partly when people say, "Oh, I'm sold their soul for retail." That's partly true.
Yeah, I think if you added up the incentives that Orem has given, Dixon could tell us. Larry's not here, but my guess is you're in the $22 to $25 million range of revenue they have given away in order to attract the kind of growth they've had.
So Nordstrom, the second incentive ran out.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's it's a difficult game to get into, and it's very high stakes.
All right. Well, we'll come back to some of these big picture items in the second half of our discussion this afternoon. But we're going to move on a little bit about this year's budget and get in some of the changes that were made from last year's budget to this year's budget, and talk about it and see if the council is okay with those, and if they would want to see anything different. Start off by talking about the supplemental requests. For those that don't know what supplemental requests are, when the departments were asked to turn in their budget at the beginning of the year, in January or February, they were asked to also submit 2 supplemental requests per department. And those are requests that weren't able to be funded as a part of their regular budget. And essentially asking for more money from the general fund or from somewhere. The only supplemental requests that were accepted as part of this budget that you're about to approve next week dealt with personnel. There were about $3.95 million worth of non-personnel supplemental requests that were not accepted. And as Larry Walters showed in his presentation last week, the divide between the personnel costs and operational costs, especially when you're talking about in real dollars, just continues to get wider and wider. And the amount we're spending on operational costs in the general fund is decreasing in real dollars year after year.
What was the dollar value of the supplemental requests that were approved?
We'll get to that. I'll get to that right here. So this is a chart of the supplemental requests that did not deal with personnel. And so you can see a long list. We're not going to go through each one, but there's a long list from the different departments. You can see some of it's one-time funds, some of it's ongoing, but that's the list right there.
These are the unfunded.
This is all unfunded, yes. And this is all non-personnel. So here we'll get into a little bit of the personnel that was funded in this year's budget. So and we're focusing here on the general fund. Community development. They requested 1 full-time inspector. They were actually promised. This position was actually taken away back in 2008 when the workload decreased. They were actually promised this position back when the workload resumed, when the number of inspections resumed, and that's the one full-time employee. The engineering department has 3 full-time employees, 2 part-time employees, and this is from the Central Utah Water District. Was actually paying for these employees up until this last year. This next year, they will pay for 1 more full-time employee, but the other 2 full-time and part-time are additional employees that the city will be paying for. Now, I'll finish this up, and then I'll talk about how the administration went about it. And so, and the justification is the workload is not going to be decreasing. We have BRT project, MTC 2230 North, West Side Connector, among others, that they need these employees for. This next one is, it says customer service, in parentheses, it says or web services. There was a little bit of a reorganization in the administration, and they combined media and web services together. They increased by 2 employees, but they took 1 employee from the Covey Center. And so essentially there's 1 extra full-time employee. That employee was being funded by customer service. Now it's showing as part of media and web services, and customer service hired 1 more person to stay at their same level. So that's why it says customer service or web services. I'm not sure the extent, I know it's of what that employee was doing in customer services. So that's why it says there's 1 full-time employee between those 2 departments. The parks, you have the extra part-time that was part of the recreation center. And then the reason those are in bold, and this one's supplement.
Would cover 3/4 of salary for a period of 3 years, after which the city has full responsibility. It doesn't cover capital outlay, and it doesn't cover benefits. And so it's a pretty significant commitment to start with, even though there's high value coming from that grant. And so again, we're still in the process of evaluating the opportunity and whether it's something we think we ought to pursue. But it comes with an immediate impact as well as a long-term impact.
That's the sense of the city's match then, the
Yes.
remainder of the salary.
And the remainder of the salary, the benefits, and the vehicle and equipment.
It's 53,000, the estimate they have is $53,000 to get a car and uniform like one officer in the beginning. That would be seen as more of a one-time versus ongoing.
So it'd be that plus a quarter of the salary.
Yeah, plus the salary.
I should throw in too that Chief King is not very optimistic that we would fall for we need more crime.
We haven't.
We're not bad enough.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so.
we're really not interested in that prospect.
Keep going on the fires.
That's right.
The administration can correct me if this is incorrect, but essentially the process as it was explained to me was when the supplementals came in, they met with each of the departments. And especially with community development and engineering, they met with them and talked, come up with a plan on how we could fund these additional employees. And the community development came back and proposed raising fees, as well as the engineering department. So those employees are actually going to be funded or offset, their salaries will be offset by an increase in proposed engineering and community development fees. Now the customer service, that was not the case there, and then the parks, with the increase to the rec center, it was the case there. And so I don't know if the administration wants to say any bit more about that.
Can I just talk about supplemental requests in general? And unless I'm mistaken, they're a thing of the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the budget that you've probably all heard about of 4 years ago, where we did the dramatic cuts of millions of dollars, there was a lot of therapy in doing supplemental requests. I mean, you can't have anything. Not only are you getting lots of cuts, but you get nothing new. But it sure feels good to put it on paper and submit it and get a lot of sympathy that we know you need these things, but you can't have them.
To acknowledge it.
To acknowledge it, yes. And that first year, we hung on to that list, and as the year went by, we actually found ways to fund some of them. And so the things that bubbled up to the top, most urgent, some of those were actually funded through the year. So we've used supplementals since that time because there's really been almost no increase. If you take away the benefiting, the health insurance and the retirement insurance, in essence, these departments are operating on no increase, and in some cases decreases every year. And so by doing the supplemental, it lets them articulate what they would do if they had the funds. And then it lets us as administration analyze those and see which ones really are mission critical. And in a sense, not always, but many times, we would come to you if we had a supplemental that truly could not fit in the budget but was mission critical. And we felt like that it was important to get it funded. They fall into 2 categories, one-time costs and ongoing costs. The one-time costs are actually easier to fund because we're not making that type of commitment to pay that money every year. And they tend to, during the year, be the ones that we get funded. The ongoing costs, and 8 police officers is a good example of almost overwhelming. There are no answers to that. That falls in the category of transportation utility fund or water increases of magnitude, if that makes sense. And that's why that one's hanging there and not addressed. It's not that we don't feel like it's a good idea. We just don't see an answer to it yet.
And to answer your question, Stephen, I think your question was what was the total amount of supplemental requests. The total number was 11.9 million. That's a little bit skewed because of the fleet facility is 6 million, and their vehicles purchased 1.5 million. So if you take those out, you get about 4.5 million. Because they also proposed that would be a yearly ongoing expense to pay for the fleet facility. So if you say that, you got about 4.5 million supplemental requests requested, 413,000 funded, and then they split up into one-time and ongoing, about 3 million, a little over 3 million one-time, a little over 2 million ongoing.
So the supplemental request that were funded was $11 million?
No, 413,000.
413,000.
Yes. The 11 million was the total that was requested.
I see.
A little bit more about, and we'll come back to talking about this in a minute as one of the questions that we'd like to discuss. But just a little bit more about full-time employees.
I have one question about that. So was the police investigative aid, was that going to be 124,000 as well for the aid?
I got a number supplemental here that I can pull up for you. I don't remember the exact amount.
I have one, I can tell you.
Do you have it?
It is,
Okay.
so give me just one sec, I can find it.
While she's doing that, let me also mention, Josh mentioned the concept that if they're able to find a funding source that clearly helps. The other thing that makes a significant difference is if they're able to come and say, if we had 8 police officers, this is exactly how we would use them. This is the impact on the community that we expect by having those 8 officers. Because Chief King is still relatively new, I think he and I are working on that plan. Are not ready really to come to the city yet and say, look, if we had 8 or if we had 4, this is the difference you would feel in the community. This is what you could expect. And then once we're ready to articulate that, then it becomes much more compelling case to find the money to make that happen versus just saying, hey, well, there was a perfect board that said we should have 8 more employees. We could sure use them.
But even one employee this year and one the next, or some way to, but they can't justify it?
It's not that they can't justify it, it's that because of his newness, he's still not able to come in and articulate, this is the difference it would make.
Mm-hmm.
So with community development, we know that it's going to slow down all the requests coming into that department for development without this employee. We kind of know exactly what that impact is, and we don't want to live with that as a city. And that's where the chief is in that position with me right now, is getting to the point where he can say, look, if I have this analyst, I could do this with that. And this is the results that you would see differently with it. And then I think we're far more comfortable saying, yeah, it's time to do this, versus just saying, boy, it feels like we could use another person here.
He's just implemented a new approach.
He has.
And that probably deserves a year to shake out.
And that's kind of where he and I are at, is I think the council can get ready, and the request is coming. I don't know if it's 8, but there'll be a request at some point, and hopefully when it comes, we'll be very clear with exactly how it will impact our city.
So the police investigation aid, they project at $45,305. For the other 7 officers, they project a one-time cost, which is the car and the uniform equipment, of $376,000. That's for 7 officers, and the ongoing cost would be $490,000, which is just $70,000 per year. So, anyway, so their total for all 8 was $911,000. So just so again, is you get perspective of what's going on in the entire city. Non-general fund departments that have requested positions and that are in the budget is the library, water, and energy. And you can see water and energy both have 1 full-time, and then water has 2.65. 2.65 is their full-time equivalents, but they're in the part-time section. Energy 0.45 part-time, and library 5.5 part-time. And then these are departments that are losing positions. The emergency response is losing 2 full-time positions, and I don't know if you want to speak.
We actually moved those a few years ago. So we have 2 dispatch where we funded 2 places: general fund and police, and then the emergency response money that we take the E911 fees directly. We had 5 staff members full-time a few years ago. Their revenues were coming in pretty good. We were moving some from the general fund over to that fund, but those funds have flattened out. So we took 2 full-time emergency response from that fund and moved them back to the general fund into police. And so some of the stuff that you've seen in police, changes would have been based on those two coming from just the emergency response fund back to the general fund.
So then police.
Yeah.
Is actually going down in police?
Yeah.
Police
So
is showing that it's flat.
yeah, and they made some changes in other areas, and so yeah, they're flat with those coming back. They've did some other positions during the year and made some changes. So they made some full part-time jobs to full-time, those type of things. But that's what those two are.
So then those two really should save from police.
Yeah.
Okay. And then telecom down 1 full-time and fire down 1.25 full-time. So,
I've got to enjoy that moment here for a second too, because that was what was needed when the city had the network, and so didn't have the
telecom.
The telecom, that's actually savings every year to the city, that one full-time position by not having sold that to Google. And the reason I bring that up is there are things that are poking up that we didn't talk a lot about, but are actually really good benefits. The revenue from franchise fees to the energy is, remind me, about $500,000 a year that comes from Google to the energy department for franchise fees.
Use of our conduit.
It's conduit. And so just take.
That'd be ongoing,
That's an annual.
There's ongoing.
Yeah, so this is an annual savings, and that's an annual $500,000 coming in every
So we can expect to go from 5.35 to
5.35. But what it does is it helps hold the energy rates down.
And is there any more to come in telecom, or is that pretty much?
They're zero now.
That's it. They're at zero.
That was their last one.
Okay.
So these first three items, library, water, energy, those are positions that were not filled.
No, they were positions that were filled.
They're
They're just non-general
Non-general
fund.
Non-general.
Yeah, out of there. Now, so I have some policy questions here, and you can talk as extensively or not as extensively as you want, but we'll kind of go through these, and I think the second question actually should be first, but are these the areas that you saw that were funded, community development, engineering, customer service, are these the areas that is the most important in this year's budget? If increasing fees is the only way to fund the needed positions, what about those departments that cannot generate their own revenue? And that was just a question because the way that engineering and community development were able to fund their position or offset the positions that they requested was by proposing to increase fees. Well, police doesn't have that luxury. And so what would be their avenue for doing that? Given the growing divide between the personnel costs and operating costs, which is what Larry talked about last week, is the best use of additional funds to fund more personnel and let all the operating stuff go unattended? And then the last question, are there more areas where the council can increase fees to fund other needed supplemental requests? And so we'll just kind of go through each one of these and have a discussion. So we'll do our round robin. Maybe we'll start over here with Gary this time.
I'll ask a question first.
Yeah, you bet.
Can the police not increase their fees? Are the citations, is that looked at as an income source for the police, or does that go somewhere else?
Not exactly sure how that works.
They have a bit. So we have the justice court right now. So the tickets are issued, and the parking tickets and those things through the justice court, and then they cover their expenses, and the remainder is brought to the general fund to help offset those costs. But for those costs, there is a bell schedule.
There is, and also we share with the state. A portion goes to the state, a portion comes to us, and so we do not get separate parking ticket revenue. We get all the parking revenue, but for the moving violations and other fines, we based on the bell schedule, and they actually give you a specific amount. We typically follow that schedule that came from the state. We give you a maximum amount, and we've stayed at that maximum level.
So those revenues have been constant, pretty much?
Well, the revenues have not, as far as the amount per ticket, but the actual revenues have fluctuated. Several years ago, our revenues were actually significantly higher than they have been the last couple of years. but there's been more of a focus, at least the last 2 to 3 years, on public safety issues and dealing with some overall concerns with making sure that we address those issues first, and tickets haven't been as high of a priority. And there was a period of time when tickets were a higher priority and the revenues were up, and so we've been monitoring and watching that, but the revenues are down from what they were several years ago.
I think their focus has been on community policing and getting out in the community, not necessarily sitting there and writing tickets. So that's why we've lost some of that revenue. So I look at some of these, help me with the policy questions. I look at some of these things. I look at the library. That has its own funding source.
Right.
So as we look at a 5.5 increase in employees, that's its own animal over there that they can develop through property tax, and it doesn't have really a lot that we can do. I talked with Chief King. One of the challenges that we face, he's looking for qualified police officers. And I think he had an opening for 3 last month that he was looking, and he says, I only found 2, or maybe 4. He was looking for 4, and he says, I can only see 2 in this group, and I really want it. And he's going to continue to look, but I think some of the challenges that we face is getting the qualified people. Is our police department where we want it to be? I think a few years ago, we would say no. And I think we have to look at the funding that we're giving them to make sure we have what we want as far as where the police department is. I don't know what else. What other questions you're?
Let's go to this list of questions. You know, the question about if fees are the only way that you can generate revenue, well, what about those other departments? I think the big question kind of we're getting at is, are you okay with how the budget is set up? I mean, you have to approve this budget next week. Do you see some of these issues as maybe something that you would want to see?
Let me add to that clarification. I think the challenge for the council right now, and we're trying to rock and a hard place. The administration has the luxury of spending months and months preparing, and they have many qualified department heads that inform them and helping them get their arms around these issues. The challenge, I think, for the council is to say, you know, is there something about this budget that we've missed from either oversight, or is it not heading in the policy direction that we want to head? So is there some kind of missing policy that this budget isn't addressing or fulfilling? And if that's the case, you know, one of those policies might be, you know, that, and I think actually we do have some council intent statements in this vein of ensuring departments have adequate resources to conduct their jobs. Now, if that's a policy, and you're looking at these supplementals in your role of oversight, the administration's done the best job with the funding that they've had to deliver a budget that balances efficient operations with the revenues we have. But knowing that property taxes are off the table, or at least they haven't been enthusiastically approached by the council this year, and nor have even a couple times the council's addressed them. There's no way to address these supplementals. There's no way to address these budget needs, unlike what Mr. Harvey said, other than these departments going to create a revenue source, which community development has proposed in this budget, engineering has proposed in this budget. So I suppose the policy question for the council is, are you okay with that? Is that fine? And we'll just wait for other departments to get creative. There's Ryan's questions of what about departments who really don't have much ability to get creative and addressing their needs. Or as you go down later in this discussion, does the council need to address the revenues that the city receives in order to make more of these things happen for the administration? So you're okay with are you okay with the mayor's giving you in the context of what he has to play with? Or are you going to be asking for revenue increases so he can have more to play with and fulfill more of those needs? Or potentially looking at the opposite direction. Are there areas that the city no longer wants to be in the business of, and the council would like to divest itself to free up resources that, again, the administration has maybe the ability to move some of these resources elsewhere. So that's why this is an issue.
You know, you mentioned the declining operations cost per employee. Basically, was kind of the analysis that was done by the budget committee. I think there's some good examples of places where we're really happy that's happened. For example, we used to spend about $40,000 a year more in water for the Parks Department than we spend today, largely because we've computerized water systems across the city, and we can react to weather. We can go from a smartphone and change the watering schedule at any given park. Given what we know about what's going on, we've been able to pretty dramatically, that plus better turf management, better fertilization, and better aeration. You know, we've really got turf management down to a science, and we've significantly reduced the cost of water that we put into parks. We're glad about that. And so when you see a parks department, declining in their operating costs, and part of that is we're spending a lot less in water than we spent 5 years ago. Those are good things. And so I wouldn't necessarily, take the level of analysis that's been done and think that it's necessarily a bad thing that operating costs per employee are declining, even while inflation is raising. We've done some smart things to try to keep those costs under control. So again, I think a lot of what the budget committee's come up with have been good indicators that force us to ask better questions. And again, I think that's a good example of one where we've done some smart things to reduce operating costs, and yet you haven't noticed the decline in quality along the way.
Yeah, I agree with that. Efficiency, and I think efficiency has been increased across the board. There are, at a certain point, though, that the gains that you can make through efficiency
That's right.
start,
No
marginal returns, and you're left with either lower level of service or but you can't do that. I think a good example on supplemental list is a copy machine, for example. We can certainly take technology further and further, or less and less paper. I think we've delayed the need for replacing our copy machine several years because we've gone largely digital. But at some point, I will have to upgrade that. I do have to produce paper occasionally.
One of the good things we've done with that is to create this, what we call a computer bank several years ago, which allowed departments to put money into the computer bank that they can then use for computers, copiers, monitors, other electronic devices, and so they can avoid these peaks and valleys in their capital budget. And we've got quite a number of departments who have taken that to heart. It's not mandatory, but it is a tool that's available to them. And so when they do have a copier go out, they've got a balance in their computer bank that they can utilize to do that. It tends to smooth out those peaks and valleys occasionally. And so, yeah, we've had a number of departments who have, taken the tack that, part of their operating costs should be invested long term in an account where they could actually go draw that out of.
And I think we continue to work smarter. For instance, when I need to upgrade my copy machine, maybe I can pony up with the mayor's office, and so because we are producing a lot less paper, and so there are further refinements we can make.
The climate has fostered a very efficient lean machine, and so this pressure on revenue has a lot of times as we've gone to our residents with the total fee or the transportation utility fund, it's really been helpful to be able to look them in the eye and say, we have cut first. And they expect that of their government, is to be lean and to not waste. And the city, in my opinion, is in a wonderful position to say, you're getting a fabulous value for your tax dollar. And every once in a while, somebody can point to kind of the stereotypical 4 guys standing around a hole with 1 guy digging, but it doesn't happen very often. And far less than this organization than any organization I've ever been in. So I think that part of when we see that graph that says we're doing more for less, we all, when he says we can pull out our business and say, we're good. And yeah, the trend is a little bit dangerous if you look at some of these increases.
It strikes me that there comes a point at which the council necessarily defers to the administration because you are in the driver's seat of the operation of the city. And while I may fuss about how much it's costing, how much that driving is costing, you're in a very delicate position of having to balance a lean operation against morale. And I think you've done, personally, I think you've done superbly at that. Far better than in the past. Let me put it that way. But really what this amounts to is a triage. Because you have in your own way, and I don't pretend to be party to all of the intricacies, you've determined that this is a tolerable total. But there are requests well beyond that. And that's what the supplemental budget is. It's a triage. All that has been asked for in addition, well, which of those are we going to permit to have their funding, and what do we say about those that are left? I don't know that we as a council are frankly in a position to be all that knowledgeable about that kind of stuff in a way that would be helpful to you. So these questions are largely about the triage, and they're largely about whether we're going to maintain the triage through the manipulation of fees. That's the issue. Are there other sources of revenues aside from new fees, increased fees, and so on? And that's what we're depending on our council budget committee to inform us about in the coming year.
I'd echo Mr. Miller's comment that, yeah, I don't think the council can get around every department's needs, and that's not the purpose of this discussion from at least our perspective. I think the idea is to say, look, there are real needs. We've seen just a short list here. There's a lot more that has not been articulated because, again, it was give us your top two. Yeah. We've seen the numbers back from Mr. Walters. Yes, we are being more efficient, but that only allows so much. So again, taking that up a higher policy level is really is the administration being given enough resources to operate on data to drive the vehicle, and to have that flexibility to allocate resources. And I don't know how the mayor's office would respond to that question, but my general sense is that it's pretty lean and mean and tight, and there's a little bit of a crunch. And what can the council do about it? Well, yeah, that you can look at fees. You can also look at property taxes. Generally, a lot of these departments, police, community, admin services, the other fire, there's others, council office. We have no way to generate fees or revenue, and so that's not an option. All the other options are, again, increased property tax, sales tax, franchise fees that flow into that general fund that get broadly distributed.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, in my mind, there's two main questions. The first question is, are you okay with the departments that were funded? Because at some point we've got, we have oversight over the budget. And the biggest difference between last year's budget and this year's budget are the employee differences. So as a council, do you feel comfortable saying, yeah, we're okay with the decision they made? And the second is, are you okay with how they did it, of having the departments say, well, you go find your own way, and these departments, found fees. And one of the, as we were talking as a staff, I mean, it may not be fair that community development can go and say raise fees. What if the police department said, well, we want to raise the community development fees by enough to get us our 7 police officers, right? And so why is it that they can just do that? Because community development fees are just going into the general fund. It's like it has to be used for a community development inspector. And so, well, in our mind, as you maybe have a discussion now, is this is what's proposed in the budget. Are we okay with with those. And if we are, great. If not, we probably need to know sooner rather than later.
Although,
So
I would think it's important to clarify, Ryan, though, that although fees do go in general fund, there is a rational nexus between the operational cost of that service and the fee.
sure.
And so.
Those are challengeable, aren't
But
they?
community development is being
That's why-
subsidized by the
Yes,
general fund.
they are.
As well as police.
That's
So it's not like all community development fees are going to support all of community development.
But the community development fees are reducing the subsidy of community development.
Exactly.
But there's the added problem of how high can you raise the fee without impacting the market? If you're going to play,
We ask over and over and over.
if you're going to play the fee game, you've got to have some kind of very dynamic analysis. It's ongoing at
Yeah.
the same time.
And we're gonna
So you
get
don't
into
tip
it a
the
little
market.
later. But yeah.
Yep.
So,
Well, I don't think we expect those questions to be answered today. We're going to be looking for direction, how you want to proceed in the next.
We're going to be looking in this direction.
Well,
Two
can I
things.
comment on one thing too, that I think that, this particular year, this is what we're doing, but let's say a few years ago when police did get new policemen, I don't remember that we raised any police fees to do that. So I think the realization is that every year, this year, maybe we can identify these two sets that identify these areas, but next year, let's say community development fees continue to go up, building gets better, and so we go do our revenue forecast, and next year we have more community development fees than we had this year. Gary got his people, he feels like his staffing level's good, and we ended up with 200,000 or 300,000. Another department who's in the general fund will benefit from someone else's thing. I mean, police a couple of years ago, we did add some staff, and we don't have many, I don't think we can directly correlate everything happening every year to something just in these different areas. In the general fund, I think it's this big pot of money, and so like parks is a good example. Parks, we came back and asked, they have more needs, we have more revenue, but in the future, we may see the recreation center continue to do well, but that doesn't mean that we're going to be able to give those all to parks to do something. We may need to get a firefighter or a policeman. So I think this particular year, the way it's being presented, that's the case. But I think in the past and in the future, I don't know if it'll correlate directly.
Sure.
One for one or.
Very important point.
Yeah.
I was just going to say two things, though. One thing that I'm happy to see in the budget is the water. Even though there's going to be an increase there, if we choose to pass that. The needs are so great. Walking through the reclamation plant, and corrosive machinery and crumbling facilities, and it's just almost overwhelming all the need that's there. And this isn't even to scratch the surface, really. So that's one area where I feel it needs to be a priority. It's not going to win us any awards, but it's something that needs to be done. So I think that's really important to get that facility just, up to
I
snuff.
trust this administration
And
to use that as the basis for a new award.
it's not that big. If you can find a way to make this epic, that would be cool.
That lift station.
Start some kind of road or something.
Yeah, the other thing, the water needs are great, and if we don't have enough water, if we can't store enough water, and if we can't get enough, clean water to our residents, it's going to be not good. So those things I feel like is money well spent, and I'm happy to see that that's sort of the focus of this budget. And the other thing is the fee structure for the rec center. I think we really need to look at that and decide, are we, I know it's a subsidy, but are we willing to just let as many people, join that want to join, and out of city people joining us, and then paying, because we are paying every time we get more clients. We also have to increase the staff, and is there a cap to that, or do we charge out of city more and increase that as the demand gets greater, increase the cost of those coming from out of our city? I don't know, we can get creative there, but I think that at some point we need to address that as well.
Thank you. Well, we said we're gonna do round robin, so I'm gonna start calling on those who haven't. Okay, I think Gary started, so I guess Gary's next.
I kind of concur a little bit with Kim on, and we'll just take the recreation center for that. At what point do we, as passes continue to be sold and the attendance keeps getting higher and higher, the costs increase, do we ask ourselves that question of, okay, well, the way to slow passes down, of course, is to raise the price and keep running, and where's that balance? I think another little area that could be looked at is, and I know they do, but maybe a review is, who are the priority populations that we serve? I think there's a more dire need to maybe subsidize programs for elderly or the youth than there are adult leagues in our recreation plans. I think if adults want to play adult softball or they should pay for that, and maybe they do, and maybe the fees already reflect that. But I think that could be looked at. I don't think we need to subsidize adult leagues with
at the same level.
Yeah, or even at all. You know, I mean, so I think we can kind of isolate those populations of what our recreation programs paid for and help and subsidize as compared to other populations. And again, that doesn't make, you know, what? We're going to make a difference of $27,000 in the budget, which disappears. You know, that doesn't even.
Go ahead, Mayor, I'm sorry. Well, what I was going to say is, one of the things we're enjoying is that Provo is a great place to live. And so you balance, okay, if there was a $100,000 swing because we're going to charge adults now to play, does that outweigh the perception that that's a really great advantage of living in Provo? And so you kind of have to look and say, well, and I don't know what the numbers are, let's suppose it saves us $1,500. Then I would come and say that's clearly the benefit of doing that opportunity far outweighs the $1,500. But I think, to your point, an analysis of it so that we know that we're making that decision is a very good thing to do. Because I couldn't tell you right now how much you could save if we started charging all adults.
And probably for the reason you've already articulated is that the perception to others, you know, the naysayers out there that say, you know, rec center just.
So many of us have already forgotten that about 18 months ago we were under severe pressure because our prices were too high at the recreation center before it opened. There were editorials in the paper, there were letters to the editor, there were asking emails, how could you do this, they're way too high. And the whole rec center experience is so new to us that we're still adapting and changing rather quickly to what we really have there.
And we've done one small rate increase this year, right?
I think we've done.
We did not. Okay.
Did we adjust rates as a result of that controversy, or did you just? No.
What happened is it opened, and then all of a sudden we just had this. This is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Most of those people have not been through it. That were putting that pressure on. So you know, I have great sympathy for our residents in providing this opportunity. I have almost no sympathy for our outside residents who come in and using this facility and not paying their property tax. But then what is the benefit out in the global community of the county of Provo is where it's happening, a good place to be, and people coming into our community and using these facilities. There's some benefit to that as well. I'm sure whatever I interrupted.
No. I think the only point I was going to make to Kay's comment is, you know, the budget process from a legislative perspective is really about outcomes. And so again, if one of your outcomes is that adult sports should pay their way, and again, the budget committee's raised the question of how do we calculate whether they pay their way? Do we use a burdened, you know, overhead cost built into that, or is it just direct cost? That's a great discussion. That could certainly be a council outcome. So I'm less worried about whether a policy change affects the bottom line of the budget than I am about whether the budget accomplishes your policy aims. Does that make sense? And so again, I think it's a worthy discussion to have, because if one of your outcomes is that, you know, that that adults have places they can choose to go play, and if we want them to pay the fully burdened cost, we're fine if they go to Orem to pay a less than fully burdened cost, and that's a great outcome discussion to have, and our budget should reflect your desired outcome. So again, I'm not as nervous about whether it only generates $1,500 or $27,000, whatever the number is, as I am about whether the budget accomplishes your policy aim. And that's, I think we just need to not lose that in this discussion. It's not really all about balancing the budget. That's the easy part. The hard part is figuring out the policy direction. It's not as easy as it's not easy.
Oh, it's easy.
But it's,
Why are we here?
but the discussion is a lot easier.
I don't really have any concerns about budget as an expression of policy insofar as I understand at this point. A lot to learn still.
One of the things that we've had a chance to do is go around and tour, for example, the police facility, the fire stations, and how those are going. And it's obvious, at least it seemed to me when we looked at those, that the police are really cramped for space, and the fire department doesn't have the facility that it needs either. And so at the end of the presentation that we saw by Larry Walters, he had several items, not saying that we need to cut them, but we should think about them. And I've certainly been a proponent of the arts, but when we're not able to provide our police with the facility that they need, and we are subsidizing our art center to such a degree, and even our golf course, I wonder if maybe those are, you know, if all of a sudden we didn't have an arts facility. We have BYU that provides art facilities. We have downtown places to see dramas and the music. We most likely wouldn't feel the hit. I don't know. I could be wrong in that. The same thing with the golf course. There's so many golf courses in Utah Valley, not in Provo necessarily. We've got the Riverside, of course, but that's not a public course. That maybe people wouldn't miss it so much. My grandfather would shoot me if he heard me say that. He's dead, but he was down there every single day, and that was one of the great things about Provo for him. And I know there are people like that. But at the same time, I hate to see our police so cramped when our arts facilities are being subsidized so heavily. We mentioned the library having their own situation over there, and so we don't talk much about that. But at our budget meeting for the library, I'm on the library board, so was there for their budget discussion last month, and they actually run a deficit. And so they're drawing a little bit from their reserve fund every year in order to keep the library going. And right now their reserve fund is apparently very healthy, and so they're not looking to go back. But Gene did say at some point when our reserve gets low, we're going to have to go back and say, now's the time to increase the fees coming to the library. So I think even that maybe should be something that we look at to see if they can't get on an even keel. I know that when we add personnel, for every $1, I think it's 57 cents. At least this is, maybe I heard this from BYU, goes for benefits. Every $1 that's spent for salary, 57 is spent for benefits. So that's a very expensive thing in addition to the salary amount that the city is looking at. So maybe there are some areas where we need to go back in and seriously tweak. I would like to know from the council if arts and golf course are very high priorities, even higher than, for example, giving the police department. If we said you can either fund this at the arts center or you can fund these needs at the police department, which are you going to choose? I think that's a debate that we ought to have.
It's related very much to the issue that Wayne just talked about, and that is balance. It may be more productive for us to talk about our subsidy in the way we have with Downtown Provo, Inc., where we see ourselves as a partner. And I think that stance may be best to take in the case of the golf course and the Covey Center for the Arts. We're partners there. And we are therefore in the business of subsidizing, but perhaps just to a certain level. I think to say the arts are expendable, golfing is expendable, is a death sentence for the spirit of the community.
Well, and no doubt we have to provide some of those things to make Provo, the most livable city in America.
Precisely.
That's part of what we do as a city to make life pleasant for people. But at the same time, we have these other priorities. It's a question of setting priorities.
It's a question of setting priorities in the proper context. It's not just naked dollars. That isn't, in my opinion, the proper context for setting priorities.
Kim, I don't know, do you have anything else?
When will we have these conversations? We talk about having the conversations, when are we going to have these conversations and really come to a decision?
We actually, the second half of our day today, we're going to talk about different ways, either ways to raise revenue or cut services. We have a prioritization activity that will help us know what your priorities are, so that then we can structure over the next few months discussions on each of those.
And I think we do that in the spirit of partnership with the budget committee. But I think it's an important discussion. I think you're really hitting the nail on the head here. That's the toughest part. It's even tougher than just saying what's the bottom line. Is what's the right balance in setting our priorities? What are the outcomes we want as a community? And how do we adequately support that? It's sometimes a little dangerous, I think, to get focused just solely on the dollars, because again, you may miss. There's the old adage: stepping over a dollar, pick up a dime. Okay, and so you may cut. And I'm not saying that's the right decision or not. I'm just saying, since Stephen brought up the example, so you did cut the arts center temporarily. Looking at the bottom line, that might solve a few things. But is it undermining larger, bigger picture vision for the community and the long-term results of livability and coming back to that adage of stepping over a dollar, pick up a dime? What type of monetary investment comes from having those things type in our community, but also what type of intangible benefits? And so that's the balancing act. And the more the council can get their arms around that, the easier it'll be able to say, yes, that's not a priority, we can cut dollars there, but that really is a priority. We need to find a way to adequately fund that.
Unfortunately, the budget makes us look at snapshots of time. It's not always the best way to think. And it may be possible if you said to the administration, over 5 years, we want 110 police officers, and we want to cut the subsidy in half to the Covey Center. That gives us the luxury of a plan that isn't felt by the community as a loss of arts. And we find other revenue sources and things like that if we have enough time. So the helpful thing, I think, too, is some of these problems is to not necessarily say, let's get it fixed in this budget, but let's change the emphasis over several years. And can the community step up? If art's important, can the community step up and take half of that gap in the next 2 years? And probably, if we gave them enough time and things like that, might be a better way to look at it. Less black and white.
Sure. The Freedom Festival, for example, I think has a good model. They have a lot of things that cost money, like the parade. There's no way to make money on a parade that I can think of, but they have a few things that generate income. And those things that generate income cover the rest of the budget for the other things. I think the only thing we have that generates income, other than just our taxes and revenues, is the power company, right?
Utilities.
Utilities. So, if there's a way to increase our revenue generating. facilities or not.
One way I talked about it with staff this morning about trying to prepare for this discussion is it's sort of a triage approach. There's some areas that we're really bleeding out on as a city. And I think the sewer water is probably one of those. You saw the progressive downward spiral of those estimated fund balances and needs against capital needs. There's probably a middle ground of, okay, now if we can stop the bleeding in certain areas, then we can turn our attention to structural, internal organ repair and, manipulating, repairing the body. You stop the bleeding, but now we got to correct some structural deficiencies. Beyond that, once that's taken care of, maybe the council can look more at, the enhancements, cosmetic surgery, I don't know. But whatever that, and I'm trying to make a comparison here, triage, but, I think that's what the administration's largely been dealing with. And I think that's where some of the council intent statements, the road funding issue was a council priority. And that was something that you stopped the bleeding on. Now you stopped the bleeding on electricity. Now we're working on water and wastewater rates. And so is there any more bleeding arteries that we need to address? I don't know.
If you could tell me where the next natural disaster is going to be and which one it was, then if the earthquake disrupts the water lines and not the city center, we've made the right decision. The water lines stay undisturbed and the city center comes down with police and fire, then we've made the wrong decision.
Yeah, that in my mind, that's maybe we're not bleeding out at the moment on that issue, but we could overnight. And so that comes back to the second level of trying to get around some of the structural internal problems that warrant addressing next after you stop the bleeding. Okay, now let's start doing surgery here. That's right.
Gary, I don't know if you had anything else to add going around here.
That's going to be funner to go to cosmetic surgery. Everybody wants a tummy tuck and a facelift.
I feel comfortable with the prioritization of the personnel needs that have been presented. Ryan, I don't have anything to add.
Hal, I don't know if you have anything else.
Nothing more. Thank you.
All right.
Ryan, I might just say one more thing. The budget committee would like to do a survey, if possible, using the city email and other ways, maybe an epic video from the mayor. But we actually just want to get the word out, get a survey out to residents to see how they would prioritize things. And Larry came up with a couple of questions and possible answers that were quite sobering. I know Gary took a look at those. I mean, some of the, in talking about an energy use facility, $25 million to be paid for over time, and he put out some possible questions like raise rates for all electric customers by about $4.50 a month, or reduce energy contributions to general operations by $2 million a year and raise the property tax by $64 a year on a $250,000 home to replace the funding, reduce energy contributions to general operations by $2 million a year and raise the sales tax rate. And then, I mean, he gives lots of options. And then in another question, 5 ways for funding. Fund the implied bond through utility rate increases, cut the transfer and increase the property tax, cut the transfer and increase sales tax or RAP tax, reduce the subsidies to arts and recreation programs. I mean, none of it's going to be very fun, but if we could send out these questions and maybe make them a little easier for the resident to sort of swallow, but what the intention is to get these questions out. How would they prioritize these things, and how would they prioritize funding for some of these projects, and understanding the reality that we're faced with right now with all of the facilities that need to be taken care of and infrastructure needs. So that's where they would like to go, is to do another survey, kind of survey the residents, bring it down to smaller sort of focus groups, and then be able to give recommendations that way, so that there's like a broader net that we're bringing in rather than just our small committee as far as recommendations for intent statements and recommendations for how to move forward with all of our needs.
And I agree with that, and I love the idea of the survey. One of the challenges, I went out and actually took those questions this morning, went out and talked to a few people, but to a person, everyone said, reduce the subsidy from the transfer. That's how we want to pay for that. Well, if you reduce the subsidy from the transfer to pay for an energy department, you've got to make up for that, and that's where the dominoes start to fall. And nobody wants to do it, they don't want to do the other things, but let's just reduce. And we're in a reduced mode in our community where we get into a challenge where we answer the questions in a survey, but we don't really follow through with the domino effects that come through. And so it's a challenge of education, and that's where I'm looking to Gary and to Kay even as we go forward with it. Weren't you in charge of a committee in the future for education for the budget? Weren't you on that committee? Wasn't it you two that were that committee?
I think that's actually moved to Kim.
You moved it over to the budget committee. Okay, well that's great, because I think just the education of the process is the challenge. Everybody loves the word reduce.
Right. And if we do that, what are all those other programs going to do that are not getting then those transfers from the
presumably that can be included effectively in the survey, that kind of understanding of the repercussions. We do this, then.
And I hope so, but I see the survey becoming this long.
That's all we can do is hope. No, we can't.
And I agree with that.
But let's agree that we'll try to get that done sooner rather than later, maybe even early this fall to conduct the survey.
We wanted to have that done in the next month or so here, so we could have this.
May not be the best time of year for access of populace.
We promised some recommendations by October. We got to do it quick. So I appreciate that.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the next item.
Let's move on to a break for 10 minutes. To get up, walk around, start lunch, and then we'll resume.
This is sort of a suggestion. It's from Larry Walters. When we talked about a survey, we talked about what kind of questions did we ask. And this is so involved, I don't know if the average citizen is really good.
But it wasn't circulated yet. I was looking at the things that Matt sent.
No, this was the budget committee thing, but I can forward it to you if you want to look at it. But he had some suggestions in there. It's pretty sobering to look at what the options we could possibly be. And we would have none of the above or an open-ended question as well, I think. So that
be in support of, if you are interested in more information, or, whatever the case may be, and again, around Rodney's style.
All right, let me make sure I understand. You're recommending that the budget be reformatted so that this particular item, which is nested currently under Parks and Recreation.
So yes, the Parks page right now has the administration budget, it has the Parks budget, Parks maintenance budget, and it has the recreation budget. And somewhere within that recreation budget is the recreation center. We recommend pulling out the rec center as a separate line item that's
Still nested under Parks and Recreation,
yes,
but a separate line item. What complications might that introduce?
The budget, we talked with the budget department yesterday about it, and they indicated that time is essentially what they would need to go through and give an accurate picture of what the costs are, but that's the only complication they brought up. Other than that, I don't know if you thought of anything else.
No, once it was set up, the issue comes in, for example, we have administrative costs, particularly like the Parks and Rec director, Scott Henderson, some of the staff, and then their chargebacks that they get, or their overhead for the whole Parks Department. We just keep that in a separate division in Parks and Rec budget. And so the question is, if there was an interest or a need or a want to do that for the rec center, we would need to go through and reallocate those costs.
Are you confident that whatever appeared there would be a valid picture?
I think so. We'd want to meet with Roger and.
Right.
Yeah, we think it would be valid. I guess the question is the information meaningful and helpful to the residents? Because the same thing true could be with any of the parks or any of the functions in the general fund.
Yes. Yes.
You could, show them what the net cost is for the splash pad across the hall, across the street here, or for the Covey Center. You can take it to whatever level you want. And so that's the question: is that information helpful? Is that something that the residents would want, need? That's something the council likes. But as far as our end, as far as getting information, you need a little bit of time, and it's not a problem.
It exists for the golf course?
Well, it's its own fund.
Yeah.
So anything that's is in its own fund is a little different.
And the Covey Center.
The Covey Center has its own fund, and so you see it. So it is a little bit easier.
So in a way, this is a similar move.
Yeah.
For the rec center, and for the purpose that Bryce mentioned, and that is, for example, in conversations about fee structure, we now can isolate
And
the recreation centers.
The rec center, often the subsidy is listed at $540,000. That's not the true subsidy.
Right.
The true subsidies, you got to include some of these other areas as well. And yes, there are lots of areas that get subsidized across the city, but none are talked about like the rec center is talked about.
The only thing, Mr. Miller, is that we wouldn't do, it doesn't qualify to be its own fund.
Yeah.
It would still stay in the general fund. We'd just be changing the formatting in the budget the way that you saw it, because it doesn't qualify to be a special revenue fund or an enterprise fund. So it would just be the formatting of how we presented it.
Why doesn't it qualify? The golf course qualifies.
Well, I think what's important to understand is that what's the intent?
Yeah.
And that's what could get confusing to the residents is if it's in the budget document and we report it that way, they may think that the intent was always to break even or generate a profit. And when the golf course was many years ago, was built and constructed, there was an intent to have it break even. Okay. And because of that intent was for it to cover its costs, then it was set up as an enterprise fund and tracked that way. Where when we build a new rec center, true, one of the reasons and one of the things that was shared with the residents is that our overall subsidy or our overall net cost would actually go down because of the efficiency and because of the fact that we're not maintaining old facilities, but there was never an intent or anything shared to say, hey, look, we're going to build this because it's going to generate a profit, or it's going to break even.
In fact, Roger's been very plain throughout.
Yeah.
This would never
And
happen.
so having it in there, residents, if residents come to you and say, why aren't we breaking even, or why aren't we generating a profit? And so that would.
So it gives that appearance, if it's its own fund,
Yeah.
that it's at least break even.
Well, I don't think it gives that appearance. It just tells the residents what the subsidy is.
What it is.
Yeah.
Well, but as a practical matter, we don't like to subsidize enterprise funds. The strategy in accounting standards is that enterprise funds should, if anything, return a profit to the general fund.
So that's the answer.
So when you start at that level, my guess is your auditor would come back in at the end of the year and say, you should put this back in the general fund. And so the idea of creating a separate set of accounts and a separate set of revenue accounts so that the comparison is easy, I think is really smart, and I would really encourage that. But the idea of creating an enterprise fund when you never anticipate that it will ever create a profit, and particularly if you're going to burden that fund with overhead from the parks director, the recreation division director, take an allocation of their funds, that's just going to increase that subsidy concept even further. So again, I think if we're not going to consider it as a business enterprise, much like a utility would be, or like the golf course was intended to be when it was first established.
No,
that's not the intent.
That should be part of the conversation that our council budget committee takes up.
Yeah.
Should we leave the Covey Center in that category? Should we leave the golf course in that category? I'm in favor.
Again, that may be something the budget committee would just want to explore with the auditors, just to give an independent view of that question.
How realistic is it to assume they would ever turn a profit? Probably not.
So we've had a rec center before this one currently, just
They
a
were in the
small
general
one.
fund.
It was not part of the rec center budget. It was in the general fund?
It was in the general fund under the recreation division.
Very similar to what we're doing now.
This one is
There's
currently
multiple.
under the recreation. So the rec center is buried within the recreation division of the budget. And so what we're saying is to make it more clear to residents what that subsidy is, pull those pieces out and line them underneath the Parks and Recreation department page in the budget book.
And this question of creating a separate fund never came up before relative to the previous rec center?
It's come up before, but again, we've kind of rejected it on the basis that it's, if your purpose is to make the recreation center self-sustaining, then you should put it in an enterprise fund. But if the purpose will always be to have it be part of the general recreation offering, then what we ought to do is break out the account numbers in a way that's very easy to compare revenues to expenditures. And so it's maybe not quite as transparent as an enterprise fund, but it doesn't fit the accounting standards for an enterprise fund. So again, I think what we're talking about is trying to increase visibility of the revenues and expenditures as opposed to having it be a chore to go through and figure it out.
Right. And so what's being recommended here is not an enterprise fund, correct? Okay.
It's to keep it under the general fund, but just to list it separately and all the expenditures and revenues that are received.
Okay.
And although we've discussed in the context of resident understanding, since the rec center's come on, it's been come up in council discussions every couple months, and so I think this would be a tool to help you get your arms around what's the true picture, but also potentially future rate adjustments and other adjustments.
Another option could be, in addition to this, would be to just have a legislative intent statement that twice a year, 4 times a year, we bring you a report that shows the total revenues associated with the rec center, total costs, overhead, so you see a number once a quarter or twice a year that says this is what the recreation center is looking like today. So it gives you the opportunity to track seasonality and some of those kinds of things. And so, no matter how it's shown in the budget book, break it out or not, we could just do a quarterly report, much like we do with the city's budget in general, and just give you a report indicating specifics about the rec center. And we could show you a subsidy with overhead and without overhead.
So I support this also, Bryce.
I don't have anything about tonight.
So, when are you saying that that would be easier for the city to do what you've
The
described?
reporting, no, not necessarily. I'm just saying if you're interested in sort of tracking what's going on, you might want to do it more than once a year. That was only kind of my thought, rather than just looking at the budget. Maybe we just put it as a part of our quarterly report.
Put it in the.
We can do that.
Put it in the quarterly report, show you that. So once a quarter, you get a picture of where it's going.
So that would be in addition to something.
Could, yeah, or instead, I mean, it's entirely up to you, whatever you think lends most to transparency.
The reason it
We're
doesn't
all for
appear is
that.
because it's not an enterprise fund.
That's correct.
Yeah.
It would just show as a part of the general
Yeah.
Parks and Recreation
We do it.
quarterly report. We can break it out,
Additional.
though.
I think I would be in favor of having it shown in a little bit more clear way, and perhaps also having the report more often than just the time of the budget.
Thank you.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
I support that. Now, how does that affect the need to add staff on?
We'll expect John to take advantage of this.
Yeah.
I support it, Bryce.
One of the challenges, and I love the idea, and I support it, but those operational costs are always, to me, the question. I don't understand all the operational costs and how you break them down within a department to say that this is the recreation's fair share, this is Bicentennial Park's fair share, it's a challenge for us for me to get my arms around that.
Yeah, we understand there are several subsidies out there. You know, Bicentennial receives a subsidy. We just think that the rec center has enough interest that the residents would like to see specifically what the revenues and expenditures are, and that's why we're only recommending the rec center has it. So.
There's a difference there. Parks don't generate revenue. Yeah. That's one reason.
Not very much.
Well,
Reservation fees and.
yeah, it's marginal. And so again, it doesn't qualify to be enterprise fund because it's not the stated goal. It wasn't the intent. At the same time, it is generating revenue. It may be helpful to have that identified.
But to say this operational cost is only dedicated to the rec center.
Well, and that's why the finance said it might take a little while to set it up.
So make sure that we've got that allocation correct after meeting with.
But to pick up on Gary's point, this is a precedent. We could see how this works.
That's great.
And then go from
I
there.
agree with it. I think it's wonderful.
All right. So that concludes the short-term review of the budget. Now we wanted to take some time and talk about some of the long-term things and areas we can focus on to start preparing the budget in FY 2016. Just to kind of set the agenda, we're going to talk a little bit about sustainable budget.
I just need to chime in real quickly and hand off to Bryce and Ryan. I think they have really taken some time to really get into the budget, understand it. They've worked many long hours to reviewing it, discussing it with finance and the mayor's office, and I commend them for their work and appreciate these recommendations. It seemed like we brought much forward to you, and I think again that's a reflection of in some ways this is very much a status quo budget. And until you get your arms around maybe the bigger policy issues, the budget's probably going to be much status quo into the future as well. But I think they have hit on some very important points in this budget. I'm grateful for their work, so thank you.
Indeed. And so moving forward, we wanted to touch and give some sense for some policy direction of the council. And specifically, it's already been mentioned that we have some significant CIP needs in the future. And so we, come forward with some funding alternatives. We've brainstormed everything. We didn't want to leave anything out, so we'll present those to you. And then we'd like to get an idea of some agenda setting from the council. And we'll have a little bit of an activity at the end where we'll ask you to prioritize some of the areas that we bring up, that we can start looking at possibilities for improving some funding, for finding some funding for some of these CIP needs. And we can move forward from there and hopefully come back before that October deadline with some ideas of how we can generate some of that revenue. So I'll turn the time over to Ryan for the first piece.
Is there another element of the agenda following this?
No, this is the last.
Yep. Thank you.
It's fairly lengthy.
And if during any part of this, we kind of, we don't have policy questions on this part until the end. So feel free to interrupt us at any time to ask questions, clarification, anything.
Though we may, if I might, just interject, given the previous slide, you were also proposing, Bryce, that this be part of the budget resolution that we will pass next week.
Right.
That the intent statement with respect to the recreation center be included in that.
Yes.
It occurs to me that as we move forward with the remainder of the presentation, we should understand that we may add to that list of intent statements.
Yes, that is the idea. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but just a big picture overview. This comes straight out of the budget book. You may have seen this. It was also in last year's budget book. This shows as a base, we balanced the budget this year. Going 10 years into the future, if we do nothing structurally, you can see that the gap widens between revenues and expenses. This just kind of shows some of the assumptions that they use. And again, it's in the budget book if you want to look further at that. The main point of this is, and I know none of you were on council at the time, but it's a stated council objective that we find us that we have a sustainable long-term budget. We have a balanced budget this year, but we don't have a sustainable long-term budget to fund all our needs.
Those expenses that you're talking about, are they including the capital improvement projects that we've seen? Or are they basically our operational expenses that we got going now?
This 10 years just general fund.
This is just general
fund. Without any of those.
Okay, so
yeah.
So you have this now, in addition, leading into the CIP discussion.
And may I clarify that in the graph that you're showing us here, a balanced budget is something that's achieved year by year.
Yes.
A sustainable budget would have those two lines either perfectly overlying one another or revenues slightly ahead of expenditures.
Yes. And it's a little, I mean,
task.
It's not like in 2024 this will happen, because next year we have to close it again. The next year we have to close it again. And so
I think it just really illustrates that every year, the current situation, every year you're going to be talking about cuts or ways that you can increase revenues. And so this is just...
There would somehow be an advantage not to have to do that.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think practically you'll always be in that situation, but the enormity of the problem can be reduced. And you've taken steps. The last 4 years, I think that this council has, and previous councils have really hit some of these head on with the administration as a partner. And this gap would be much larger had you not done those things.
Now, this is by no means a comprehensive list, but it is some of the main things that we've talked about. The fleet facility, anyone who's toured that knows that needs replacing. We've talked about the police department, how they're crammed down there. The fire station needs replacing. The water system improvements is what we're working on this year. Energy campus, city center relocation, which may require funding, may not, depending on how the financing is structured. You have all the projects in your 5-year CIP. And as we were talking with Dave Decker yesterday, one of the things he brought up was to keep on radar is something like the airport. Say, a bigger airline came in and wanted to fly out of our airport, and all of a sudden we had to build more infrastructure there to support that. So it's important to have those in mind as well. What's important about this list is at least a few of the items here is we don't have a way to fund this. The fleet facility, there's nothing in the works right now that shows how we're going to fund this. And so if we keep it the way we are, we're just never going to replace the fleet facility, right? So there has to be something done in order to fix some of these CIP needs that we have.
Are there any, is there any sense in which that list is redundant? Is there anything that's on the list that's included in the 5-year CIP?
The energy
Yes.
campus.
The energy campus, the water system improvements are on there.
Yeah.
So when I say 5-year CIP, I'm just talking about everything else.
All right.
The main, the recommendation that we would bring before you is to have, to restructure the CIP procedures. And the major part of this is to find a dedicated revenue stream for CIP. For example, Salt Lake City, they dedicate a portion of their general fund budget to CIP expenditures every year. That's not a direction that councils in the past have decided to go, but moving forward, we would recommend that you consider that as an alternative, because that revenue source, finding that revenue source for the CIP can drastically improve the way we do our CIP, and it would change the paradigm that we currently have for CIPs. And so we recommend putting together some type of CIP plan, and that can be a 10-year plan, it can be a 5-year plan, it can be whatever you want it to be, but it's a comprehensive list of projects that we intend to complete within that time frame. And then you can prioritize those based on that dedicated funding stream, whether it be $1 million, $2 million, $10 million, into a 5, 3, and 1-year plan. And those can be 7, 5, 1 year. I mean, these numbers can be whatever you want them to be, but by having that dedicated revenue source, you can come forward with a comprehensive CIP. You can ask the administration to bring that forward on a year-to-year basis and say, okay, what are all the CIP projects we're going to complete for this year, and how are they going to be funded? And because you have a dedicated revenue source for each of those ideas, it's a lot easier for them to put that together. And we feel like it would provide a more clear picture from year to year on what projects can be funded, because we know we can count on about $1 million per year to put towards CIP projects. And currently, Energy has its own CIP, and they can fund that through what they're able to save. Water is asking for a rate increase so they can fund their CIP projects, but the general fund doesn't really have any funding source for their CIPs other than what we can find that's left over in the budget from year to year, and that number can vary. And correct me if I'm wrong, Wayne, I don't want to simplify the process. That's how it appears to us that it happens, is that at the end of the budget picture, we say, okay, it looks like we have about this much left over that we can apply to CIP projects. But we would recommend finding a dedicated source that doesn't change from year to year. And Wayne mentioned yesterday that Mayor Becker came and asked and tried to get some of that money away from the Salt Lake City Council, but they protected that money as a dedicated revenue source from year to year. And
it was actually Mayor Anderson.
Oh, it was Mayor Anderson. Okay, I'm sorry.
It dates back a little bit.
So.
I'm curious, what were they protecting? How did they get the funds? Did they have their dedicated funds in them? You can't do it with property tax. What was he protecting?
No,
they have a council policy, and I'm trying to remember the number. My recollection is 6.5%, but it's somewhere in that ballpark.
Yeah, there's a couple of other cities who do that.
Or they take it off the top.
Yeah.
So when you get your general fund allocation for the year, 6.5% goes into the CIP or whatever the number is, and then they balance the rest of their needs based on that. So they take 6.5 or whatever the number is out of the general fund to begin with, and then operations just balance to the rest. Again, that's pretty hard to do. The pain we went through in 2007, 8, was about that number. We cut about 10%.
10%, yeah.
And so again, doing it all in 1 year could be problematic, but certainly a policy that you would start at 1% and go to 2% the next year, and over 5 years you get to 6.5. Could certainly get you on the trajectory of getting to solve some of this. Now understand that results in that many dollars cut out of the operating budget to get there, but again, there's lots of good experiences of city councils having done things like that.
But it's only as good as the current council.
Only as good as the current council will be, that's for sure.
But it does
It's
invert what
established
we
by
do.
ordinance.
It inverts what we do now.
Yes.
That's correct.
Changes.
Yeah, it does.
It was really interesting when we went to Oregon that all their CIP, they had a CIP budget that they had, but 1% of that was automatically dedicated to the arts. And so as they build their infrastructure, 1% of that stuff had to go into the arts.
Salt Lake City and Ogden do that in Utah as well. They have a 1% set aside for public art projects out of every CIP, even a sewer line.
Yeah,
It has to contribute 1% of the value.
UT has those nice sculptures and their fancy railings.
And that's how they
That's
get
the
those.
arts
That's how
part
they
of
use
their
them.
VRT. Yeah.
So as, as we contemplated, how can we find that, we felt that it might be a possibility that as we did some of these things, and we'd like to get an idea from the council as to which of these ideas they feel like would be the most tenable for them, we could dedicate that revenue source to CIP functions moving forward.
I just round out that CIP. I mean, again, I think this comes back, again, if you can think in the context of my triage analogy of it, are there things in the general fund? I mean, and I think the intent of this discussion is separated from CIP funds, because CIPs, enterprise funds. Enterprise funds have their own revenue source that they can bond against, or they can build their own independent reserves for independent of the general fund balance. And so I think I just want to make it clear that what we're talking about here in this conversation is there a way for the council to consider dedicating any of these type for general fund capital improvement needs? Now, coming back to that sort of triage approach, there are some, what are the things we need to stop from bleeding out? I don't know how many, there's some pretty, I don't know if there's any bleeding out situation in the general fund, but there are some pretty intense structural things similar to like the fleet facility, the fire station, the police facility. Police facility could turn into bleeding overnight, as we talked about. It's probably talking about some weak arteries here. Then as you ratchet that up, as you talk about, okay, well, how many of these things can we take on, and how many of these things can we dedicate to those type of CIP plans? The more capacity you have to take more on means potentially, if this is the policy direction you'd like to go, if you buy my analogy and buy into that thought process, okay, now maybe we can start talking about parks and rec. Again, the cosmetic, the fun, the non-structural, and can we dedicate any of those directly to the more fun projects? So again, there's different contexts for using these fees and dedicating them to the CIP needs of those. And so I just want to make that connection there for you.
It might be easier to present this as, which of these would you rule out?
And we can do that too. We've got a little activity where we got these all listed. We're going to ask the council members to come up and indicate which ones they're most, comfortable with moving forward at the end of after we've been able to kind of talk about the potential actions that could be taken. So.
And I think it's important as they move through these, always remember these are means to an end. And again, the ends are, that's the hard thing to get our arms around. What are the most important ends? But I would throw out this idea of the triage approach, and if that's where the council wants to go.
I don't know that you're applying the triage mentality here. I mean, a simple legislative intent statement might be to investigate all of these,
Yep.
and then to determine which would be more efficient, perhaps.
And if that's the case, one of the values as we get through these, and we eventually ask you to prioritize, they may all be on the table. There may be some that there's no way you guys want to deal with, and so tell us now so we don't waste our time researching, preparing information. But if there is an inkling that, maybe that's in the realm of possibility, sure, let's discuss it, let's explore it. There's no commitments until you're fully informed.
That's why I suggest it might be simpler just to say which do you want to eliminate.
And we can
certainly do that. Sure. So we have prepared a presentation on each of these just to kind of give you an idea of the potential action that could be taken moving forward and some considerations that you may want to consider. So.
And that's very good. If he's going to go through each of these, I'm sure my question will be answered. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start off with the impact fees. And, one of the reasons we put this as the first one is because the budget committee has actually talked about it quite extensively about doing a comprehensive look at all the impact fees in the city. I know we talked about it a little earlier this morning about what are the concerns of the developer, what are the concerns of the resident, who should be paying for it, where should the money be going. So what we've kind of tried to do here is put a list of what the potential action could be and then some considerations, positive or negative. And so the potential action comprehensive study of all impact fees charged in the city. And we talked with Wayne yesterday and talking about if we're going to do an impact fee analysis, if we're going to maybe possibly consider changing impact fees, it needs to be a comprehensive study. It needs to be you involve the developers from the very beginning, and it needs to be looking at all the impact fees in the entire city, citywide, and coming up with policy that way. As part of the action is maybe increase fees to make sure that the developers are paying their fair share. And then with all of our, we may not have it listed as a bullet point, but these are kind of ideas to have a dedicated source for capital improvement projects. Considerations: higher fees could deter development could be community opposition. Residents currently are subsidizing new development. Some of the other considerations are that Orem isn't charging impact fees. And another thing that we were talking about as we were preparing for this is, what you can use impact fees and increase them or decrease them based on how you want the city to develop. So you can charge more for types of development that maybe you're going away from. An example of that is the urban core, maybe strengthening the urban core, decreasing impact fees, the urban core, because it is cheaper to build there. You don't have to build as much sewer line, as much of the utilities. So those are some of the considerations that are.
Right. I have a question about the impact fees then. So if we're looking at impact fees as a revenue source, instead of just recouping what we're losing, I don't understand where we would be using it somewhere else. And I guess Kay sort of alluded to this as well, that if we're getting impact fees, shouldn't it go to the impact that it's causing in that area, or shouldn't it somehow be used in that area? But history has shown that it's been used in other ways. Is that what you're saying, and that it could be a revenue source?
Well, with all of these, some of the revenue you'll see here has to be used for specific things. But right now, we're subsidizing all those things. So you can use it as a way to supplant that money. Right now, we're subsidizing development, right? The citizens are paying for that. So yeah, by increasing impact fees, we're saying these fees are going to go for that development, and then those funds we were using to build the things, it's freeing up that money.
Okay.
And that extra $1 million or extra however much can be used for that. And just so you get a kind of a picture, we talked with the budget department, and kind of talked about their impact fees. And you have FY14 actuals. I'm not sure why engineering was 0.
They didn't budget anything. They'll get some in. The problem is that they've had in the past is they budgeted them in projects, and then
they didn't get them.
Then they didn't, and so that was the approach they took this fiscal year.
So just as an example, if we increased impact fees 20%, that's how much more money you get. If you increase it 50%, or if you double them, you get that. So.
Impact fees are challenging, though, I think. I'm sorry.
Are there current restrictions, though, on how
much you can charge?
There's no way we could increase them 100%. That's not even an option, is it?
Well, just
Well,
to simplify, and this is a gross simplification, but you generally try to identify your anticipated growth and the infrastructure that's needed to support that growth. So if you have to increase capacity at the wastewater treatment plant, that's an acceptable cost. And then it's a pretty simple matter of, once you figure out how you want to assess the fees, of just dividing the costs by the number of units. And so again, but that level of analysis has to go in, and it's, again, I've grossly oversimplified it, but it's a relatively sophisticated analysis. And at the end of the day, in order to meet the statutory standard, you have to say, for every multiple family dwelling unit, on average, they will demand X number of dollars of capital improvement. And so you can then assess that fee on that multiple family unit at the time the building permit is issued. So again, and that's why there's sort of two elements, I guess, to that. One, it's complicated to get there. Second element is that it is absolutely non-competitive, meaning that your impact fee study is for your city or your service area, and whether Spanish Fork has them or American Fork has them, you can't set your fees based on a competitive analysis. You can use it as an indicator in just making a decision about impact fees, but it's irrelevant based on the statutory requirements about what other cities do. The other thing that the statute requires is that you must use every dollar of impact fee collected for an approved project within 6 years from the date the impact fee is charged, or you have to rebate it with interest back to the person who paid the impact fee. And so one of the challenges with dividing the city up into service areas, for example, if you say, north of Center Street and west of I-15 is a service area, and we're going to build a park there, and you need to have $2 million to build the park, but after 6 years you only collect $750,000 because the economy tanked, or a developer goes belly up and doesn't build the system, and you can't build a park, then you have to write checks back at the end of that 6-year period to all of those developers who paid the impact fees. And so part of the dilemma is, the more precisely you carve up the city, the more challenging it is to actually use the impact fees for the purpose they're intended. And so again, the more specific we get, the more difficult that is. And so historically, we have called, under the state statute, we've called the city of Provo a single service area. And many cities have done that, again, just on that basis. If your estimates are wrong, and you don't build a number of housing units, then you can never afford to build the improvement you have to build. You got to pay for it out of tax or rate revenue anyway. And so there's, I had an interchange recently with the mayor of Spanish Fork, which probably shouldn't have done, but they were coming in asking MAG for a lot of money to help build a freeway interchange to accommodate the new Costco and their retail development that's occurring in North Spanish Fork. So I asked the mayor a question. I said, tell me about your traffic impact fee, because ideally these new businesses coming in would cover their share of the cost. And he said, oh, we don't have one. They're way too hard to establish. And I said, well, that's great, but those of us who've gone through the work of establishing it, you're prioritizing your project over ours when we're contributing. And in fact, if a Costco goes to Spanish Fork because there's no impact fee, and doesn't go to Provo because there is one, now it's a double whammy for Provo, because you're not only taking available MAG funds we can use for highways, but you're putting us at a competitive disadvantage. And so you either get serious about impact fees, or we ought to all drop our impact fees and let MAG pay for every road improvement. That didn't set very well. I don't know if the comment is there about my impertinence, but it's
for you.
But that's the sort of level of discussion you get into on these things. And it's, just because the state authorizes them and you choose to do them, it's not always as simple as it seems going in. So again, that's one of the reasons why, for example, the Joaquin Village, or whatever it's called, Villages of South Campus now, they paid $1.25 million roughly in park impact fees, but we spent about that much on Joaquin Park. But, those dollars could have been used at Bicentennial, or they could have been used in any needed expansion of a park facility due to growth. And again, it's only one that's due to growth, and so typically we use those only to build new parks. That's another of the downsides of impact fees, is it doesn't cover replacing existing infrastructure. So if you get a park pavilion that's falling apart, or a restroom that doesn't work anymore, you can't use impact fees for those purposes. You're still going to have another source beyond that. You can only use them for accommodating the real cost of growth.
Do you know, Wayne, how much can you discriminate? What I mean by that is, the suggestion was that you favor development in downtown.
Yes.
Can you discriminate against red houses? Or does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Or do you have to have a basis for why you're...
You do have to have a basis. But that being said, the statute essentially sets a cap on your impact fee based on what's justified in the study. You can charge less than the cap, and in fact, we historically have charged less than the cap. Now, that being said, you have to understand that you've got to stand up to the developers who are building single-family subdivisions on the west side and say you're going to contribute more than the home that's built on the 6th story of a building in downtown. In some cases, you can justify that. For example, on a wastewater basis or a water basis, it's a lot shorter distance between dwelling units to build a sewer line when they're stacked units as opposed to spread out on quarter-acre lots. And so you can take that into account in your analysis. But again, a park impact, that would be pretty hard to say that a typical home. Now, we have done it with multifamily and single family because the multifamily units have fewer occupants per unit, and therefore they have lesser demand for new parks. And so we have drawn that distinction. It's less expensive for a impact fee for parks on a multifamily unit than it is on a single family unit. But again, you have to go through the analysis process to define what that is, and how that works. And again, we've done that historically. We've done some impact fee analyses recently. We just haven't started the process yet. But when we've done the master plans for water, wastewater, master street plan, we also included an impact fee analysis along with that.
Well, and Wayne, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you said it was a 2-year process last time you did a comprehensive look at impact fees.
Yeah, from start to finish, it was about 2 years.
So
to do the analysis, work with the development community, go through, we would have a meeting about every, John, I don't remember, it's been 7 years ago since we did these, but every 3 or 4 weeks, we'd have a meeting with all the stakeholders to the table and we'd consider parks. And that might take 2 or 3 meetings to get through the parks analysis. And then we do wastewater. And so it was about a year of, I'd say 6 months of studies and analysis, probably about a year of bringing the stakeholders along with us through the process, and then a 3 to 6 month process with the council to finally reach a conclusion about what they wanted to do and about them. Now the good news is when we had our public hearing, we had no one come to comment because we had tried to address all those concerns and needs through the process. So at the end of the day, it was accepted, and the development community grumbled, but they got it because they were in the mix of the process.
Wayne, don't you think that the things have changed a little bit since then, and if anything, there's more resistance in the development community to impact those now than there was then?
Sure.
They've had some victories too.
They have had some victories now. The rules have changed, and the rules change about every year or two at the legislature. There's new impact fee legislation. I remember I was working in the governor's office when the very first impact fee authorization bill was done, and it was adopted, for those who know the legislative process, when you change a bill substantially and create a substitute bill. Well, this was the 11th substitute that was finally adopted by the legislature, and every substitute's always printed on different color paper. They ran out. There were not that many colors of paper available to do it. So every time it's discussed, it's a very difficult political issue, and it hits the development community against cities and counties, and it's always a hard thing.
The other thing I would say that would be a little bit of a travesty, which could happen, it's some of the risk. You could go through this 1 to 2 year process and then in the end wind up not changing impact fees, and you spend a whole ton of time from the council and the administrative standpoint and money to not have a change. So that's a risk that's out there that you have to consider.
Business license, I'm gonna say, business license. I don't want K to shine.
Yeah.
We all have PTSD.
We did that with business license fees. I think we all did it with really good intent, but we spent a lot of money on consultants and tools and capital.
I don't want to lose this opportunity to pursue just that direction. We've got the budget here for impact fees, but what we don't see is the subsidy for impact. That is.
And that's what the study brings out for you.
Yeah. Do you have any kind of estimate?
I actually prepare a report. I'm required by the state auditor every year after we close the audit that I prepare. I have to have it to them by December. And what they ask as part of that, you have to put the revenue that you're carrying forward for previous years. You have to show individual lines, every developer for which you've collected the fees for. And then you can show expenditures involved for the current fiscal year, but there's another tab that they ask you to, I think it's a 5-year look forward, projects, how much you think, and the projects that you're going to be using that for. So we have to prepare that once a year. And
for example,
for a good idea of, you could see how much we're getting, and then you can see each department's projects, if they had unlimited dollars, what the projects they would do in the cost.
Is it, for example, is it reasonable to say that we're subsidizing by the same amount? 1.5 million.
It could be. One thing that would be very valuable too is we have the impact fee analysis that was done 7 years ago. Go back and look at that. You could actually see back then what the level of funding we made. We did not do 100%. I don't know if it was 60% or 70%, but you could see what level was adopted then, and you know that costs have gone up since then, and so it's going to be somewhat higher than that number.
So it may not be unreasonable to suggest that this is equivalent to the subsidy at this point in time.
Right.
And the point I don't want to lose is that when it comes to business licenses, the same thing is true.
Yep.
The city is subsidizing business licenses to about that same tune.
Yep.
You got to realize that.
Yes.
And in our committee meeting, Bart Simon was there, and he said that their cost was something around over 4,000. I remember it was over 4,000, and what the developer ended up paying was like 1,900, somewhere around there. So yeah, so it's.
That's why we showed this up to 100%, because they thought it was about 60% as they did it at last time, and with inflation, we could probably increase it 100%.
I think it's important to note too that, again, when you go through this study, a lot of the projects that were identified 7 years ago have now been built. And so you're really now saying, okay, for the next 5 years or 8 years or whatever the number is, these are the projects we think that need to be built to accommodate growth, and these are the number of units we expect. And so every time you do the study, it resets at 0, and you justify up from 0. And so again, those numbers could be higher, they could be lower, conceivably. You know, we are about at the point with parks now, and we have several to build still, but our service level indicator that the council adopted many years ago was to have a park within a half-mile walking distance of every front door in the city. And so when we laid out our parks master plan, that's the stat we used. And we're getting really close now. Once we develop the Northeast Park and we develop Spring Creek, we're pretty close to that half-mile walking radius. And so again, no matter what happens with your growth, again, unless you get very remote growth that would require a park, quite a ways out from the center part of the city, you're probably getting pretty close to hitting your service level. And there may be a point at which that park impact fee is 0.
Well, and the budget committee did say that they would suggest that we maintain what we have and not be increasing parks beyond what we currently have.
And that makes sense, but again, it's not a source you can use impact fees for.
Yeah.
And so again, if that were the case and you didn't want to expand to meet growth, then your impact fee would be 0.
And the impact fee can only be used for parks or
Yes.
new. Okay.
And only for parks associated with new growth. So again,
The parks impact fee, but we got all these other
But the
impacts.
other
correct.
impact, yeah.
But the same principle applies. For energy purposes, all you can do is go out and acquire more energy or build more transmission lines to accommodate that growth. You can't use it to go replace old substations or replace your power generation system, again, unless you're increasing capacity. And then that portion that's associated with increasing capacity could be charged on impact fees.
Well,
It's the same principle applies.
The west side, this west side, what used to be Celebrations, can't remember that.
Right.
So just the sewer and the lift station, I mean, it makes sense that the developer would contribute to that. If they have their 1,000 homes coming in or
Yes.
however many, that they would contribute to that.
Right.
And that's when I look at impact fees, that's what I'm talking
Yes.
about, that
Right.
kind of thing, the infrastructure, not necessarily what I guess with the parks, with the village, when you're taking away a park, it makes sense to add a park.
Mhm.
But when you need new infrastructure,
Right.
it makes sense that they would pay and not
It does.
just half of
It does.
their impact
But
is,
again,
but it's hard to figure out what that balance is.
It is, and again, it's, it's like everything else, we talk about how do we balance that. And if your impact fees, for example, for a single-family home are, as they are in some places in this county, $20,000 for a single-family home, the answer is that enough to motivate you to, instead of building that community, go building this one, where the impact fee is $5,000? If it's a $1,500 gap, it's probably inconsequential. And I shouldn't say that because I know developers count every penny. But if it's a $20,000 gap, I'm not going to develop that subdivision in that city. And that's fine. And if the city understands that, and that's their policy, then they just accept that consequence and move on.
So another thing that's going to impact is the type of home that's built.
That's correct.
If you're absorbing a $20,000 impact on a $1 million home, it's a different game. And a couple of years ago, my daughter moved to Daybreak. I couldn't keep her in Provo because there was no housing stock that fit what she wanted. And I think, so that's something to consider, is we've got to influence the housing stock by what you decide as well.
And commercial, when we were looking at the target, the traffic impact fee for the target development was about $1.75 million. And so again, you think about, well, if I'm target and I can go a half mile to the south and build in Springville, and I still keep my same market share, but I'm building it with an impact fee of $500,000 as opposed to 1.7. Why in the world would I build in Provo? Mm-hmm. And so again, it does impact that competitive nature.
Because they have a rec center.
That's right. That's right. It's worth every nickel. And so again, I think that's it's again part of that balancing act. It's part of what we look at when we think about impact fees. Is what does that constitute for us?
So it's a multi-unit housing project, less per unit than a single-family residence in impact fee
For parks, that's correct.
for parks, but for these other items,
Not necessarily. Yeah. See, for example, the wastewater impact fee is based on the number of plumbing units. So number of sinks, number of toilets, anything that contributes to the wastewater. And so again, a large single-family home with 7 bedrooms will pay more than a small single-family home, or bathrooms, than a 2-bathroom house. And so again, it depends on how the fee is structured and how that impacts any given development.
I was surprised to hear you say that you felt that the impact fee resistance was greater than it was back when they did that. It really is. You feel
Well,
that.
I think what's happened is it's a lot more sophisticated. I don't know, okay, maybe I'm missing the boat here, but the idea that the Home Builders Association, the realtors have gotten a lot more savvy, a lot more technologically connected, and they're better lawyered up. And so again, every one you do, you're going to always face a potential legal challenge. And so again, we got to make sure we have our ducks in a row before we go down that path. And again, my experience is the more you can bring the stakeholders in early in the game and get them to ask their questions early instead of late, the system works a whole lot better. If you just do it in absentia and you bring it to City Council to approve, expect a firestorm.
All right, any other comments on that? If not, we'll go on to the next one here.
Next one is a wrap tax, and obviously this has been talked about by the council before, but we asked the question, what's to prevent this year putting it on the ballot, and we talked about, the estimated revenue is 1.1 million, and last week we saw the subsidies to park and recreation as being 2.3 million with the rec center, the golf course, the Cubby Center, Winterfest, and Ice Arena. And we maybe this is a pipe dream, but we feel like there's a possibility that this can be sold, as we'll replace the subsidy with the RAP tax and take that $1 million and use it for capital improvements. And there's some disagreement on maybe that's not the best approach. Maybe we better commit to giving a little bit more to recreation so that those recreation enthusiasts and considerations, they are able to wet their beak a little bit. And so one of the worst things that could happen, we think, the worst case scenario is with the school board bond, that they check no to the RAP tax, no to the school bond, and that's certainly something that we think should be a consideration if you were to move forward. Also, a couple other considerations is a really minimal impact to residents. For every $10,000 that are spent at the grocery store, that's a $10 impact to the resident. And so it's really not as difficult as maybe some of the other ideas on our list. But Orm's already implemented it, and visitors to the city assist in collection of that fee as well, and so they're adding to the pot. And so we think this is a great idea, whether you want to pursue it this year or next year, but you would miss out on the potential for about $550,000 that you could use for potential capital improvements if you were to implement it this year.
So remind me where the RAP tax is assessed on all, is it on all purchases or just restaurant?
All purchases.
It's all purchases in
Yeah,
the city?
although it's capped, remember, John? There's a purchases over a certain level don't have the RAP tax apply. So I don't think it applies, for example, to new car sales, if I remember right.
Oh.
There's a cap in there, but it's probably 80% of the sales tax base would be subject to the 1/10% sales tax.
I wonder if it wouldn't be wise to, for one, I don't want to compete with the school board bond. But also, just personally, I think that it's important to get that past the school board bond. But also, I wonder if it wouldn't be wise, first of all, to try to reduce the subsidy so that we can show that we tried other ways to reduce the subsidy of recreation, and then next year, if we're not successful in reducing the subsidy or increasing revenues to those areas, then say, this really is truly the only way to take care of these. If the citizens want recreation facilities, if we want the Covey Center, if we want the golf course, if we want the rec center, this is the only way that we can find that's feasible to support it, is by having a RAP tax, and then put it to the citizens to decide. But I think first we should do all we can to figure out how to do it without a tax, and if it's just not feasible, then we're in a position to say, look, we've tried other avenues and it's just not working, and this is really the last way we know to be able to maintain these things and for our citizens, and then put it to the citizens to decide.
Sure.
But it says here this can replace the subsidy. It's 1.1 million versus the 2.3 million subsidy, so it's not even half.
Right.
It's just a portion.
It's that portion. Yeah. To say that we're subsidizing at this level, we can take that money and use it in other areas. But so one of the arguments is that we're going to have to give the recreation. Roger Thomas is probably expecting a large portion of this for new capital improvements to his things, and it's really a council prerogative. Whether you want to say, okay, we'll give you a little bit, or we don't really want to give you any. That's really what I was trying to say.
Now, Orm just reapproved their RAP tax, didn't they, in this last election? What was the percentage? I didn't follow that.
I don't know actually what the percentage was.
About 70%.
70% said yes.
There's
they denied another tax.
Yeah.
What was the other one?
Property
So
tax.
property tax.
Yeah. The Park and Rec Master Plan had a survey done with it, and residents indicated they would support it about 66%, according to that survey, which is 2 years old.
Now, just clarification. They were voting on a property tax referendum, so the property tax increase is actually approved by the council, not the citizens. There was a referendum process that brought it back to the citizens that overturned that. So,
How much was the property tax increase?
25% ultimately. I think they started with 100% and whittled it down. But they were doing that on the heels of utopia issues and other budget woe issues and drops in sales tax, which I mentioned earlier.
And Matt, when you say 25%, that bothers me still when they keep talking about 25% property
Yes.
tax increase, because that's only of their general fund.
Yeah, for
And
instance,
so that
Provo
was really,
City,
what, 3% property tax increase?
probably something like that. Well, I don't know. In Provo, Provo collects about 25% of the property tax dollars. So 75% of the property tax dollars going to other entities. School district, Central Utah Water, Utah County. So when we talk, yes, the city was raising that, if they had the same ratio, they would have been raising their 25% by 25%, which turns out to be like 5% or 4.5%. 6.5. There you go. I failed, I'm not a math. So, yeah, that's an important point to consider.
One concern I have with the RAP tax is the potential that we could lose this opportunity to the county, I understand. If they were to pass a similar tax.
For that to happen, they would have to deal with Orem. They'd have to take it away from Orem.
They would.
And they have verbally indicated, the current commissioners, that they have no intention of doing it. Because the possibility exists, the county can enact this themselves and take that, with that revenue.
Orem care tax was 63%.
So even if we pass the RAP tax, the county could later implement their own and take it away from Provo and
Well,
or?
by implementing their own, they would, yes, would take it away.
Oh, I see.
So I think, and this is where you just want to have a good relationship with your county commissioners. Current cast, I don't think that would be a consideration. And I would be quite surprised, even with another county commission, that they would take away from the two largest cities. First of all, they'd have to get it voted on and passed right through two largest cities. That would be difficult. Yeah.
It would actually take away the income that Provo would be receiving or Orem is currently receiving.
You can only have one in a county. And so anything they would take, the dollars would then all flow to the county, and they would allocate them.
To the city, but it would be less, no doubt.
Oh, no doubt.
So is that an incentive for us to do it then? So that less incentive for the county to do it?
I don't think the current county currently has no agenda to do that. Our county, for good or bad, has not been involved in parks and recreation activities or arts or really anything that RAP tax would be used for.
True.
In Salt Lake County, you see the county building recreation centers. If they were to take on that type of a posture of, well, we're going to provide recreation centers for the county or the cubby centers for the county, then I think you'd see them go after that with their current stances, but just the opposite of that.
Okay.
One of the challenges I find in this RAP tax is the presentation to the public, because as we go forward with this, say, okay, we'll take this $1.5 million, maybe we'll put it towards a new power plant, because we're not going to subsidize it quite as much. Maybe we need, so then I think we're hurting the trust of a community if we say we're just going to take it, this is a RAP tax, recreation and arts tax, and we're taking it and building a power plant because we're reducing the subsidies somewhere else. And I think we become a bit of a challenge on how we present this when it comes time for an election. I think we need to make sure we stay focused to say that Orem presented it for their storytelling and for their rec center.
Sarah and Hale.
And Hale, and they were very specific of where it would go to. And it was basically to increase, not to subsidize it.
Well, this would be going exactly there to cover our subsidy. And then other things that are freed up to do.
But if we put it in a CIP.
Well, it's.
Well, the point is the RAP tax would go to use.
Well,
that's one option.
Towards the
It would take care of
the subsidies, but then you take that money that you're giving for the subsidies and you put it towards capital improvement.
But that's the
we're doing it, but we're really doing it to
We're really doing
CIP
it for
money.
this.
We're not doing it to help arts and recreation.
That's that's
Right.
my
Unless you say
Take money to
that
take care of the
we're going to stop subsidizing the arts.
So if you go out on the trail and say, look, we're going to ask for 1/10 of 1 cent percent of a tax, and we're going to enhance the Provo River Trail, and we're going to bring new art into our city.
And white water.
Then you're going to have a public who is enthusiastically going to come and support this. And I actually believe the whole. If you go to the public and say, hey, we want this extra tax, and it's going to free money up for us to do other things that we want to do that we're already doing, I think most of the public is going to say, well, why would I do that?
Well, let's have a public works tax then.
And it's called a bond. It's called a property tax.
And so the state has severely limited your options as to what you can tax for. And they've given us this little window to get 10%. I have felt from the beginning that this is a tax we should have because our residents largely pay it already when they shop in Warren. Those coming from the south are shopping in Provo and not paying it. A high percentage of our residents are already paying this, and it clearly doesn't cause a change of buying decision. So you're not sitting in Provo thinking, I'm going to go buy this in Provo because it's a 10% less. If that was the case, we could do a big push for shopping Provo because you're not paying it, but people don't care. But I also feel like you're going to have to show some exciting things to the public. And quite frankly, I think the tax was created to bring those added benefits to your town that you wouldn't otherwise able to bring to your town through a general budget situation.
And another option is doing some of both. It's saying we're going to have improvements to the Provo River Trail. We're also going to reduce some of these subsidies to these great amenities we have, like the Cubby Center.
But their care tax goes to Hales, it goes to the Sierra. It's not going to new great things. The care tax is going to help the Hales Center Theater and the Sierra, which are
Storytelling Festival. It's the Sarah Park Pool was bonded against RAP tax, and so there's a fair number of things they did, particularly early on,
in the
were
beginning
significant capital improvements.
There are several new parks up the canyon, which are very nice.
If you already discussed this, what it can be used for as far as capital versus
capital.
So you can't use it for operating.
You can use it for operating.
Recent changes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was on
there were
it.
some recent changes that allowed you to use it for operating.
Yeah.
At one point, it was capital or grants to arts programs or the limit, or zoos. Those were your limited choices, but you want a zoo? Food solid.
A couple observations. I think it's really a policy choice of the council of how they want to approach it. Obviously, it was intended probably to enhance the city. It's probably also is probably easier sales pitch. However, the council wanted to go with a hybrid approach or to confront the reality approach, that I call it. It certainly has a policy discussion that you can have and determine. Now, I think the key, though, is whatever you determine, you need to state that to the public up front. That's the key. That they know exactly what they're voting for. And so if they do, say you do take the approach that, hey, we're here to lower the subsidies. And let's tell you why we need to do that, city. Let's confront reality and paint the bleak picture. And you need to help us solve this problem. If they vote for it, great. If they don't, then you know that they don't agree with that approach. And so, I mean, but you'll need to decide if it's worth that time and effort to do that.
Have you ever taken that approach before? This is the reality. I mean, has it always had to be to kind of dangle the carrot to get any
I
tax
think that's
cuts?
the typical approach, but I don't know. Wayne, you have a lot more experience where you've had
I
these.
think, my experience is that our residents are happy to be citizens until you talk to them about their pocketbook, at which point they want to be consumers. They want to know exactly what they're getting for what they're paying. And I think it is pretty difficult, an inflationary increase in a property tax, I think people sort of get that. But if you wanted to do a significant, a 10% increase or a 20% increase in a tax level, the first question is going to be, what am I going to get for what I'm giving you? And if I'm getting more police officers, and therefore I feel safer, I can judge on that basis. If I'm getting more parks and trails, I can judge on that basis. If I'm just providing more money for the government to to invest, spend, whatever, the answer is probably no. And so again, I just think, as Matt suggests, it's a lot about the education process. But almost any solution you come up with that increases revenue by fee, utility rate, or tax there's got to be a corollary offsetting benefit, or people just don't get it. And I wish they did. I wish we felt more like citizens than consumers. But,
So we'll go ahead and move on unless there's any more discussion there. User fee increases. And we're talking about user fee. We'll talk about rate increases a little bit later, so this is different. This is, user fee when you go to the rec center and you pay a fee, or you rent a park pavilion, you pay a fee. So the potential action, comprehensive look at all the user fees charged by the city. One of the things that I know the administration has expressed is, or at least finance has, is it'd be nice to know a level of cost recovery that the city council feels comfortable with. We're subsidizing, obviously we're subsidizing a lot of things, and there was a park study done that showed, what cost recovery we're getting for our services compared to other communities. And so it could be beneficial to comprehensive look at all of the fees charged in the city. One of the main ones that the finance department brought up in our discussions with them was rental dwelling licenses. Right now, it's if the dwelling has 1 unit, it's $20, and if it has 2 units or more, it's $60. So whether it has 2 units or 100 units, it's $60 flat rate. And so one of the suggestions is to do a charge per unit, which would be $25 per unit, and that could increase some revenue there. Considerations: it could adversely impact residents, especially those on fixed incomes. Currently, one of the positive things about doing it is all residents are paying for services that maybe only a few use. So that would be a reason of increasing those, and then you could generate even more if Larry Walters talked about including the overhead when you're talking about cost recovery. And so if you did that, then you could potentially charge even more for these user fees. So brief overview of user fees. I don't know if there's any discussion.
Overhead is operational costs. Is that what you do?
So for indirect cost, I think is maybe a better way to say it.
Okay. Yeah.
So for instance, Roger Thomas is over all of Parks and Recreation, and you take 25% of his salary and allocate it to the recreation center. Or does he stay up here in overhead and none of it is allocated over there?
So those statistics right now, we're bringing in 122,000 and a potential to bring in 486,000.
Yeah, that's based on the numbers that the IT gave. They ran a report and showed all the dwellings, and if you charge $25 per, you get 486,000.
Even that number to me sounds low, $25 per unit. When you consider what their rental units are.
If I had to guess, the climate at the time was get this passed. And don't let revenue be a...
The comprehensive business license study said that at minimum we can charge $159 just to cover administrative costs, not associated fire and police costs.
You're talking about business.
I'm sorry, that's business license. But there was, was it 62?
The suggestion in the study was 25. That was the suggestion in the study.
No, we charge 20.
Right now we charge 20.
We charge 20 for 1 unit. 2 or more is $60. So if you have 1,000, it's only $60.
That's what I'm getting on.
That's an annual.
So if a single family home cost, to rent a single family home, it was a $25 recommended fee. If you own a duplex, it was 62 or 68 plus.
Well, it was
So much
$25 per unit.
Yeah.
So it'd be $50 if it was 2.
The business license, I think.
I must be confusing.
When you say adversely impact residents on fixed incomes, are you talking about landlords or residents in that regard?
Well, I'm not talking about that for dwelling licenses. I'm talking about that for all fees in the city. So a fee of $10 extra to go rent a park pavilion would impact them more.
Although that fee is likely to be passed on to them.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Exactly.
There's indirect costs.
Yes, that one too. For sure. So if not any other discussion there, we'll move on to,
All right, property tax increase.
this is our favorite one.
We could go back to the plan to do a COLA every year, COLA adjustment, or Dr. Walters last week talked about the possibility of just raising it based on valuation. Currently, when valuation goes up, the actual rate goes down, and we could, implement a policy to, when rate goes up, we increase the property tax rate to match that. So we increase it by 5% if our property values go up 5% overall. And so if you look at it per 1%, you can generate about $40,000 that you could apply towards capital improvements. Obviously, the worst case scenario again is if council shows to do one this year and school road bond no and property tax no, it's not a good thing. And additionally,
Can I ask you a question? You talk about if it goes up, we get 40,000. Then if it's flexible, if it goes down,
but we have to adjust it down if the property value goes down as well.
yeah. And so that if it adjusts down, then we have potential of losing.
There's two issues. One is property values go up, and the other is cost of living. I think the 40,000 based on cost of living.
Well, 40,000 is
Cost of living going up, but not
Whatever
just.
1% increase at 1%, whether for cost of living or valuation, it's going to be $40,000 that we'll be able to generate. And property tax, for whatever reason, is especially politically challenging. You seem to get a lot more opposition, especially from certain residents. And residents will have a minimal impact if we raise it just slowly, as opposed to trying to do like a 10 or 15% property tax in 1 year. And the other consideration is the taxing of properties don't contribute to that. So the burden falls only on those that are paying property tax. Are there any questions or comments?
What is that figure again for tax exempt entities in Provo?
It's about 55%.
Yeah, and again, that's if you take the total land mass of the city and identify in that land mass all the land that is tax exempt, it's about 55%. So it's not a value proposition, it's really about how much land's in parks and roads and universities and hospitals and churches and schools.
Do we not have any idea of the value because we don't assess so we really don't know what the value is that we're at.
But it's well above the norm, and I think highest in the state.
Salt Lake's pretty close, yeah. I don't know, Salt Lake might give us a run for our money on that one, given the presence of state government facilities.
If there's no other questions there, we could always increase the utility transfer. And this is one that John says keeps him up at night, but we're throwing everything out on the table. So, before I get into this, there was a little bit discussion from Larry Walters, if you remember, about putting all of the utilities at 60% of net revenues. And he showed a graph that showed the energy was actually at 48%. So when we looked at it originally, we thought, well, that would be like $3 million more. But the way that the way that it's shown in the budget book, it actually includes. There's actually a $3.2 million, I believe, dollar charge for telecom. So once you take that out, energy is actually right at 60%. So there wasn't really any benefit to changing that to 60%. So that's just as a side note. You would generate about $900,000 per 1% increase, just like you did with the UTF. When we went from 10%, there's no state statute. But talking with finance, and the reason it gives John a little bit of heartburn is that there is recent legislation, and maybe you could help me out. I think the legislation where they actually nixed it for Farmington. Is that what it was?
Well, they actually did a vote. The city council did to to not allow their transfer from the enterprise funds, but there have been discussions in the state auditor's office. It's been kind of a hot topic. It's changed over the last several years, our noticing requirement that we currently disclose. And I just get a little nervous, you know, the higher we make that transfer and the more we pull, I think the more potential we have for scrutiny and also eventually, I mean, I just worry that they may come out one day and just say, you know what, this is enough. And so the other thing I think is when we've been at the 10% and then now the 11% for many years, and we've made a concerted effort from the administrative standpoint to not try to just go after easy money through transfers. And so it's just kind of a little bit of a slippery slope, and we've tried to be careful that way. And so that's why I get a little bit nervous.
And some of the other considerations you can see here, you know, if you're taking more money away, not as much money for the energy campus improvements, it may require raising fees to afford the new energy campus, and then the uncertainty of future contracts. And the Energy Board might be opposed to that as well. So, I don't know if there's any questions on that.
We don't know that the Energy Board is opposed to it, but you're saying that
It could
possibility.
be. Right.
I think they have,
Yes.
they have.
Yes, they worked with us on the 11%, but I think we were able to articulate some really important reasons. Another thing I'd throw up there is just our competitiveness with Rocky Mountain Power. For decades, we've been considerably lower than Rocky Mountain and made this 10% transfer and now the 11%. We're still underneath them in overall, but it's not much. And if we get out, I think we'll eventually let them outpace us again because they tend to be more aggressive than we are in raising rates. But right now, we're pretty close.
I love this though, actually, because it's the closest thing we have to a COLA. And the transfer, because as all our costs go up in the department areas, we are getting more money back into our general fund because automatically the costs go up.
So you heard Dr. Walters and I exchanged some discussion about this very topic. He would have us, as we increase the energy rates, not bring to the board of that in the budget. But I do think it's a built-in inflationary capture force to ensure that there's some growth for those transfers coming across as you increase rates.
Certainly, what a substantial difference between the property tax, 1%.
That's right. Yeah. And I'll tell you, for those of us that lived through moving from 10 to 11, the pain for moving this from 10 to 11 was a fraction of any other discussion about property tax or anything else with that.
Well, one of the things that's been discussed with the budget committee, and they may make a formal presentation to the council, but the idea of possibly capping the transfer, and if that were to happen, I would really be concerned because then what would happen each year as our other costs go up, you would be forced to find either make significant cuts, which would mean cuts in police, fire, and also parks and other areas in the general fund. You would be forced to find a new revenue source through increased fees or through increasing your property taxes. So it would be pretty difficult. Could be done, but it would be very difficult.
All right, we'll on to the next one.
All right, kind of leads into it, rate increases. Across the board, 5 or 10% rate increase, and then just dedicate that to general fund capital improvement projects instead of, energy or whatever area you're deciding to increase. But water has the ability to increase their rates and pay for their capital improvements, but none of the general fund really has that possibility. So if we were to increase rates by 5% or 10% and just say that money is going to go to the general fund for purposes of capital improvements, that's kind of the theory behind this. And also, we think that it would be wise to consider graduated rates. They may be set up to capitalize on those who use more water and could potentially give that 10% back to residents who use less water. And so Also, Mr. Parker brought up in the last meeting that the reduced consumption may contribute to lesser fees, which isn't going to hurt our the revenue we get in the long run. And so that's just a consideration. But some of the considerations are that it's difficult for those who are on fixed incomes. And citizens don't view this as a rate increase. They view it typically as a tax increase, and we'll sometimes refer to that, especially in social media, that they're raising our taxes again. And so it may be politically difficult for the council if you were to decide to go in that direction.
What would it take to get graduated water rates? Would that be an expense to us as far as the meters, or how does that? I don't even know how that works. Is there any expense to the city to institute that, or just a method of how they recover them?
It's just the analysis. Yeah, I mean, you essentially put a new rate structure into the billing system. That would set a higher rate per 1,000 gallons based on tiers in the system, and so the idea is the more water you consume, the more each unit of new water costs you. So it's just a function of doing the analysis to ensure that you're essentially revenue neutral, or that if you're not revenue neutral, you know it, and then taking a look at how that impacts individual ratepayers.
Sorry, go ahead. If you wanted to further bill them by time of use, then you need to augment. You need a smart meter. So, for instance, if you're watering your day, you're on in the middle of the day, we want to whack you with that. So it's interesting. I've thought a lot about this since your discussion a few days ago, and I'm not so sure that we're not a little conflicted as a city on this concept of we want to encourage water conservation. And yet, for many years, we've encouraged open space, lots of lawn. We've applauded people who have put in lots of green, and
including ourselves.
Including ourselves, yeah. So parks, schools, all those things. If we talk about graduated water rates, I think we need to come to terms with that message of, yes, we want to conserve water, but are we really saying we're going to whack everybody who has put in lots of green?
And I think would there be a negative impact to say, also the lawns start turning brown? I mean, how would that affect city? We're not going to take care of that anymore. Where would that go?
In fact, we're very happy to have people use all the water that they have. I mean, we're not really that interested in conserving it. Perhaps in the future, when we grow, it will become more of an issue, but we have plenty of water now for what we need. And if people cut back on it, we lose the revenue for that.
And it flows into utility.
Right.
Well, except for in July, when we're using 52 million gallons as opposed to the over what we can store is 32 million. So then we're paying for treated water, which, I mean, if that's the only month that we're doing that, then probably not even. I don't know. I also, all the other cities around us conserving, and they're at a point where they have to. Do we wait till we get to that point where we have to, or do we get sort of in the mindset of doing it gradually? I don't know.
I think this would be a great Dave Decker conversation about our resources and how deep are they, and what's in store if we double our size.
The implications of conservation as well.
And then the need for more storage tanks and more, and we're already putting in a bigger pipe, from the canyon. So I think he might have a different perspective on whether we need it. He did say, though, that if we do conserve them, we're not, it's kind of a double-edged sword. If we conserve, when they're not paying for the water that have been paid for.
You got a vision in my mind of the green space leading up to the temple on the hill. We've always encouraged that. Right? We've always wanted that from developers.
Well, that goes into development itself. That do we have 4-acre lots, or do we have the 10-acre lots? They're not having grass, or just all apartments and no grass. I mean, there's all those things.
But at the same time, let's not underestimate the cultural momentum building for all forms of conservation.
Sure.
As we read about the Southwest and the Northeast being the parts of the country fastest to warm up as global climate change takes place, there'll be plenty of initiative otherwise it's not the city's sole responsibility, I think.
Yes.
It's cultural changes. And the size doesn't matter so much as the landscaping.
I think it's really easy on this discussion getting to it's either or. It's either xeriscape or it's lush lawns, it's big lots or small lots. I think if potential paradigm shift is options, and that some people will opt to have the traditional suburban lot with the green yard, and maybe they pay extra for that, maybe they don't, that's up to you. Other people want to have the option to have no lawn. I don't know, I'm probably falling more toward that new millennial crowd because, yeah, I got 9,000 square feet, it's not a lot compared to some people. I'm already sick of mowing and weeding, and I just have no patience or time for it.
Besides the xeriscape with rock front yard, I've seen whole neighborhoods going and people actually move out
So
next door. So.
I don't know if it's about options. As soon as my kids are at a certain point in life, I'm downsizing to a much smaller yard and a much smaller lot, and and put that time and resources into my house or into other endeavors. So I don't think it's either or. I think it's how do we provide options for the community, and the different diversity of thought process and lifestyle choice.
I know we have city ordinance that requires people to plant grass in the median strip. Is that right?
That was one of the things Don was helpful in getting changed. So a couple years ago, we did allow for different treatments in that park strip. And we see a few of them. It's not really taken off, but there's a few places. Ironically, the city had actually done some before the ordinance change.
I know at the meetings that I've been to, the neighborhood meetings and so on, everyone points to the new LDS Church on 9th East. It has the green strip in the median, but then the rest is xeriscaped with rocks and plants inside of it. The only reason they had the green was for the ordinance, is what I heard. But
it's been changed. Maybe they missed it. We did change it.
The new street that goes up, that leaves Center Street and goes up to Slate Canyon Drive past the state hospital is a splendid example of this mix of xeriscaping and grass.
Waterways.
That's an excellent example.
Good. So a general obligation bond that would cover all the CIP is one of our, and maybe not all, but some here and some there. This amount right here is $75,000 per year per $1 million on the bond. That's based on a 20-year bond. What was that? That's the payment. Or that's the payment on the bond. So, the fleet facility they've estimated to be $6 million. We need the fire station, the one that was built in 2001, was $2.7 million. So it's probably, it's going to be most likely more than that. But that's another idea, is just saying, instead of increasing property tax, just say we're going to do a bond, a general obligation bond, to cover some of these CIP needs in the general fund.
Because 75,000 is based on a 20-year bond?
Yes.
20-year bond.
20-year force.
Yep. Tremendous impact to property taxes depending on how large that bond is. The positive is it fixes several needs at once, and then as with the property tax increase, the tax-exempt entities are not contributing. So very similar, the pros and cons to a property tax increase, but a different structure there.
All right, this one's kind of maybe a less popular one. It's about retiree benefits. In 1988, policy was changed in the city that would no longer allow employees hired after 1988 to get health benefits when they retired. So, but this was a benefit that was offered before. So if you had someone who retired at, say, age 50, they would get benefits through the city at their option. I think, can they go as long as they want, or is it 65? Until they 65.
It was actually July 1st, 87.
Oh, it was
is when it triggered, yeah.
Okay, so there's been This year, it's going to cost the city $1.76 million to provide those benefits to people who no longer work for the city. And so there was some discussion during the last budget cycle to alter that agreement with these retirees, to maybe make them pay more, to eliminate that at an earlier age. Nothing was really decided, but we talked with budget about it yesterday. They said that Robert West and his group looked at it and they would recommend not doing anything at this time, but perhaps there's an opportunity for us to take the agreement, go to an outside legal counsel, and have them take another look at what potential might exist for altering that agreement to save some money and take that back and use it for capital improvements. And so some of the consideration is that there might be some options for these retirees that weren't there in 1987, that we could maybe shift those retirees over to something that might cost us less money. And there could be a perception in the community that this action could be damaging to the council, as we're not willing to live up to our word and things like that. But we thought this option should be on the table. There's $1.76 million in this year that we're going to dedicate to these retirees, and there may be a potential to have a different eyes look at this agreement and save us some money. So
Again, all these retirees are younger than 65?
Yes.
yes.
Yep.
The ones that are
I think it's John that said this, but there's a city that, wasn't it Chicago or something?
Detroit.
Detroit.
Detroit recently.
Just announced this week, the
They're actually,
Michigan
what they're
Supreme
doing
Court.
is they've worked it out so that they're gonna have their retirees work through the public exchange.
Yeah.
And they feel like they've been able to save significant dollars by working through the public exchange. But what's interesting is that each retiree agreement is different, and there is some language in ours that talks about the retirees having a similar or a like, health insurance benefit to the employees. And so whether that gives us that option or not, I don't know. But we've looked at it a time or two before. I don't think we had Robert West and his team do a real deep dive back when we were in the Great Recession and things were really tight, and they came back and recommended not to. But there has always been the option, and I'm not aware that we've really had an outside legal firm look at it. But of course, it would cost money, and it's something that could be looked at. The other question is the political will. You've got people that are right now that are either depending upon that. You also have employees that have planned on it. The other thing is it is sunsetting. We've hit a peak, and it's starting to go down. And there's a year, I think it's about, can't remember, but I think it's about 13 or 14 years that it'll pretty much be gone. And so that's still a long time though, and we're still paying a bunch of money, but those are all factors that need to be considered.
Has it peaked now, John? Are we on the other side of the peak? Or are we close?
The number wise, I think we are.
We are. The numbers are going down significantly. One of the challenges that we've had is that, once the numbers started going down for a couple of years, the costs didn't, because the cost per employee has been going up just so significantly. But we are starting to see the costs go down, and we've done some forecasting. We'll have those numbers with you today, but we've done it. We could share them with you. And they're clearly, we already have at the crest, and we expect these to start going down. We also did make some changes in January 1st that benefit the city, as far as what we're covering through retirees, and we switched to the defined contribution approach. And so there were some advantages there as well. Still a lot of money though.
Well, it's also not easy to say at this point in time what the implications will be of the broader and broader embrace of the Affordable Care Act in terms of state exchanges.
Yeah.
I mean, the Utah State Exchange may very well, in a matter of years, few years even, look very different than it does today, and municipalities may very well want to consider that at that point. Mm-hmm. So it would be across the board personal choice.
Next one is outsourcing. Look at areas of the city that maybe have potential to save money through outsourcing. This is one that we may do We may look at some areas, do some studies, and find that there is no cost savings there. So it's one that may have a minimal impact to the budget. One of the negatives of outsourcing is the loss of control. The city doesn't have control over that anymore. Service level to residents. But one of the things, and we were talking with financing about this,
Or increase management costs to manage the contract, if it's a contract relationship, manage that contract. So, don't ever outsource everything.
and so, one example as we were talking about finance was, maybe looking, right now as we're thinking about building a new fleet facility, maybe look at outsourcing fleet. What would that cost? What would the savings be, before we go and build a $6 million facility? Or, parks maintenance, you could look at what the cost savings would be for that. And there's a lot of areas in the city that you could maybe look at. So that's always an option.
So I had breakfast recently with representatives from Republic, and I know that they continue to be interested in this prospect for waste management.
Yeah. Any comments?
How often do we look at those outsourcing things? Is it basically brought up by the council or the administration? Do you guys have a regular schedule that you look at those things, or is it just something that we?
I think it's the outside vendor approaching us more than anything.
That says, I'd like to do that.
Do we get proposals regularly? Like, do we know how much that would cost to outsource parks upkeep?
I'm not sure when recent I mean, I don't think vendors are coming.
Not regularly.
They almost have to put out an RFP just to get a sense for what people would be willing to do it for.
It's a pretty extensive process, and it's requires a lot of. I'm not saying it's not something that you want to do, because I think it is something that needs to be evaluated. But just going into it, you have to realize that it's pretty disruptive. If you're going to do it right, if you're going to get accurate bids that are good alternatives to compare, you also have to look at what costs do go away, what costs don't, what's included, what's not included, what's the likelihood that this vendor is going to be able to provide, the level of service that you need for a time period. All those things have to be factored in, and so something can be done, but it's not something that you just crank out in an afternoon. It takes a lot of work to put it together.
And money.
Yeah. Next one.
All right, next one is kind of a department ultimatum is what we listed it as. And the theory behind this is that, in July 2014, you say to all the departments, similar to what was done a couple of years ago, we're going to cut 5% from your budget. And you have to find a way to cut that yourselves, or we're going to cut it for you. And the idea is that we insist they get creative on areas they can find money or raise fees, I guess, in some instances that can result in that won't result in a reduction of staff or operations budget. And really, the idea behind this is to tap into the collective brainpower of the city and to use people who are familiar with the on-hand situations to come up with those cuts. And some of the considerations that we came up with are service level to residents. There may be an impact to the service level we're able to perform if we're going to cut it 5%. The employee morale, maybe some employees will start to get depressed because they're going to lose their jobs at the end of the year. And city already operates at pretty lean levels, and so that should be a consideration moving forward if you were to move forward with this idea. And then, but we feel like the creativity that could present it would be a benefit to the city as an option, and so that's why we thought that this was a worthy consideration for the council.
It's important also to note that the administration has already, in varying degrees, exercised this tool for at least 3 of the 4 budgets I've been involved in.
At what percent?
Depends on the year. One year was 2.5%.
It depends on.
Last year was 2.5%. Before that, it was.
We did a 5, 10, 15 package.
2
years ago.
Yeah.
We took a lot of the 15% numbers.
We did.
Wow.
So,
And you're still here.
We're throwing everything on the table. So.
I think it's good.
No, it's, you should throw it on the table.
Next one, unless any other comments on that. Grants. We've kind of talked a little bit about grants already. The city is constantly looking for grants. The major problem with grants is that there's always strings attached. Whether it's we have to pay some, it's a matching grant, or as we talked about the Copsmore grant, after a few years, they're done funding them, and we have to make a commitment to keep those police officers on for a certain amount of years. And so,
or have to lay them off, and such as the fire safer grant.
Yeah,
and
we had
so,
6 and we had to let 3 go last year.
So that's always the big
I throw out one other thing.
consideration with grants.
Yeah, the management of grants,
Yeah.
which is also a factor. Janine Weiss is our grant. Is she still grant manager?
She is.
Yeah.
Well, no, she's not.
I thought maybe that
She's
changed.
recently made a change. Sarah Hubb's gonna be our
Sarah is gonna do
grant
that.
manager.
But that's double duty, and every grant you add on is additional. She's doing the accounting side, and she's doing grants on top of that. And so if you get too ambitious with grants, you may have to talk about additional personnel to manage that. And
One other service that we're looking at, though, we had it when Lenise Grosbeck was here a few years ago. It's called eCivis. We were just at GFOA National Conference. Denise and I were a couple of weeks ago. What it is this is an online service that actually shows you grants that are available, and it's a really good tool to kind of go through and view and see what's available, and then interact with the departments, push that information out to them. But we'll say when we had eCivis before, I was pleasantly surprised that in most situations when we would forward grant opportunities to the departments, they already knew about them and they were already on top of it. But it still is a good tool to check and make sure that we're not missing out on grant opportunities. And it's a couple $1,000s a year, but that's a lot less expensive than going out and hiring a staffer to try to do that manually to a different process.
What's the policy with respect to writing the grant proposal? Is that always rest with the department?
What we've done in the past, and it worked out, is we use the grant administrator to review the documentation to help make sure that the right language is being used and that the grant principles are being followed. But we feel like the department is the one that really understands the trade aspects of the grant and what needs to apply there. So we have the department create the draft, and then we review it and then submit it.
Like the Copsmore, I think Wayne and the mayor alluded to this, is you have your crime statistics, and you have to have a plan of areas you're going to target, and then there's a liquor grant too. That's the same thing that you have to.
They have the expertise.
You have to have of what you're going to be able to do and what you've done in the past and all those types of things. So.
And there's many. There are definitely grants that can help us in our core functions, but many grants are also nice to haves or extras, and again, that's just an allocation of more resources to manage those.
Next one.
Next one is just to flat cut services, and find areas where the city's willing to eliminate the role that they're providing for residents. One of the ideas that we had is to ensure that some of these areas have significant savings is to invite each of the department directors to come in and to give us a list of the services that they provide, and then excuse them and then discuss which services do we want to provide, which services do we not want to provide, or which can we somehow eliminate without causing too much of a disruption. So again, the considerations are service level to residents, the political will. You got to have the will to take the heat. Because if you're going to cut services, you're going to get a lot of people are going to come forward and talk about why they need that service, and so it presents a difficult decision for the council if they're considering this to move forward with that decision. If 50 people come and say, this service helped me in this area, so it takes a tremendous amount of political will, and you're going to get the resident pushback. So, but we thought it was worthy of consideration.
Reduce subsidies, we've talked about this to some degree already. But one of the ideas would be, saying something along the lines of, Covey Center Golf Course, Peaks Ice Arena, or whatever other subsidy you want to get out. Next year we're going to reduce your subsidy by 50%. And, I tell them, go find ways to generate more money, but, we're going to reduce it by 50% or 20% or 10%, whatever level that you want to say. And that way you're having them find ways to reduce. And they've probably already done that. We've probably asked them to reduce that, but it's just, an idea we're throwing out there. Citizen pushback, there could be citizen pushback from obviously people who use those services. One of the things that's a substantial amount of work to establish the programs. As we're talking with the administration, they're saying, it's not like we just came up with these programs on a whim because we had nothing to do. The reason we have the Covey Center, the reason we have the golf course, there are reasons behind that. It's been a lot of work to establish those programs. And if we just say we're going to cut your funding and maybe that program dies, a lot of work out the window. And then the last point, and it's a very valid point as well, we focused on these when we talk about subsidies, but it's like John said earlier, our splash pad is being subsidized. We want to start paying, charging for that. All our parks are being subsidized. Lots of general fund departments, most general fund departments are being subsidized. And so it's easy to pick on a few programs like the Covey Center that has its own fund, and it's easy to see that in the budget, but there's a lot more programs within the city that are being subsidized. So, any questions or comments on that? All right, last one.
This is the last area is consolidation, and we feel like they may exist. We're not really sure. We haven't done any analysis, but look for areas within the city that can be consolidated. And then currently the administration, I think, is going through this with community development, economic development, and RDA to look what possible consolidations there might be with those three areas. And maybe there's other areas across the city where we could say, okay, if we combine these, is there potential cost savings either through elimination of personnel or elimination of an operational budget, that we can run everything through one operational budget. As mentioned, city operates on a lean level, and so savings may be minimal, but the employee reductions could cause some consternation among employees. But other than that, we didn't really find any other considerations that should be brought forward. And in addition to this, Mr. Parker brought up an idea yesterday. Do you want to talk about this service?
Oh, just the regionalization. So you could, I think they're called special service districts, I believe, and it's not really a way, I guess, to save money, but more of a way to reduce the city's liability by creating districts. Like, for example, if you created like a parks district, you would reduce your tax levy in the city by as much as you would raise the parks, that special district's tax levy. And so you're not really saving any money, but you're shifting the liability to that special district. So that's kind of an idea with consolidation.
But those things are all done to property tax notice for the most part, aren't they? Or through a special improvement, like we received a special bill when we did the assessment for downtown a few years ago. And people view those like a property tax increase.
Yeah, property tax goes down in conjunction with the increase of the property.
But then you're only paying for services, and you're not paying for any improvement, any capital improvement or anything like that.
Again, that new entity would be on its own to figure that problem out. And so they would have to set their property tax levy or other revenue sources sufficient to cover that. So it's been done. I think there's a special service district in Dispatch currently that covers the county and South County, and they consolidate efforts. They have one single dispatch center, and they share services, and so it's saved them some money. They've lost some control. We talked a little bit about that in the outsourcing effort. But you know, there are certain possibilities. You know, we've seen all over the Midwest, they have park districts. Cities are not in the parks business. Park districts are in the parks business. They have their own elected board of directors. They have their own revenue source, you know, property tax levy typically, and whatever fees they can generate. So there are models around that, you know, take these out. One of the challenges I think it does create is you know, some frustration on the part of city council and elected officials who aren't happy with what's going on in the Parks District, and there's nothing they can do about it. As being separately elected, they're accountable to their voters, and sometimes those end up being little kingdoms, and so they, you know, they're not always as cost conscious maybe as we are, given that they fly a little bit under the radar. And so again, I think there's some positives and negatives associated with it.
Yeah, one of the things I would share, and it kind of alludes to what Wayne was talking about, is that you can wind up having kind of duplication with management, where they have like their own executive director, and they're providing services, similar services to what we already have in the city. And we've always said
HR function, a finance function.
And then the other thing that's challenging, we've seen this before, and particularly in tight times, but we participated in some boards and special service districts that we belong to, and we don't give any raises, or we had wage freezes for a couple of years. The special service districts, they were still doing great. We've kind of joked around saying, if you really want to have a nice job, go work for a special service district, because they don't get, a lot of times they don't fall under the same scrutiny.
Harold Bingham used to say that, so when I die and I'm reincarnated, I want to come back as a special service district.
Well, we have a bit of a taste of that with the UMPA and the South Valley solid waste.
Some of the same kind of challenges. So it's not a good option, but in the spirit of putting everything on the table.
That's right. So just a little summary here, and we'll talk maybe real briefly about the time frame as well. We meant to put that in here. Impact fees, we talked about 150,000 for 10% to 1.5 million for 100%, and that could take 18 months to 2 years. RAP tax, 1.1 million. That could be, if you wanted to put it on this year's ballot, 6 months, or if you wanted to wait until next year, 18 months. User fee increases, that's variable depending on how high you want to increase those, and you probably want to give 6 to 12 months to study those. Property tax increase, and you could do that as soon as, you know, if you did it this year, you know, you do it by August, or, you know, it comes around every August, and the amount there. Increase utility transfer, you know, you can do that time-wise, you can do that as soon as you want. You might want to study it, and, you know, do a education piece as well, so that could take 6 to 12 months. Rate increases, same thing. The GO bond, you know, just it would have to be on the ballot, so 6 months, or next year's ballot, 18 months. Retiree benefits, as soon as, you know, a firm was able, independent firm was able to take a look at that, so that could be, you know, 6 to 12 months. Outsourcing, you want to do some studies there, 6 to 12 months. Department ultimatums, that's something that can be included in next year's budget, so 12 months.
One thing I would add to that, Ryan, is if that was an option that you wanted to look at, one of the things that's really important that we've struggled with, and I think we've shared with the council, is that those kind of things take time, and we really wouldn't want to start with that next January or February. It's almost too late. So if that's something that the council wanted to look at, we should get started on it today.
This summer for sure.
This summer.
Yeah.
Well, and that's what we're going to rate here in a minute. So grants, you know, we could be doing that now. Cut services, again, probably, you know, within next year's budget. Reduce subsidies, same thing, and then consolidation. And all those are variable costs. So what we want to do now, I know you're probably sick of sitting, so we want you to come up. Bryce showed you this momentarily. We have some markers, and essentially what we want you to do is come up, and this isn't anything that's set in stone. but we want you to rank what you want us to, when I say us, the administration, council staff, what you feel comfortable with pursuing a little bit more. Looking into doing some analysis and really researching and answering all your questions concerning these things. So we're going to give each of you a marker. We want you to rank as high as you want. We were thinking 1 through 5, but if there's more than that, that's fine. And then putting an X by something that you say, there's no way I want to do that. And you can put as many X's as you want. Hopefully you don't put X's by all of them, but if you do, that's fine. But put X's by ones that you say absolutely not, and rank the ones that
When you say rank, then 1 would mean?
1 would mean you would want us to look at it very first.
Okay.
Yes.
Alternatively, Mr. Miller at the beginning of this meeting suggested maybe just X the ones that are off the table and everything else is up for discussion. I don't know if you want to consider that as an alternative approach to this.
Well, the way you described it, this allows us to sort of send the message to
Right,
you.
this would help us know
first.
where to start, especially because these can take 12, anywhere from 6 to 2 years.
So in essence, you're asking us, which do we consider most promising and therefore most deserving of your immediate study?
Now, I have a question about that, because you say promising. Are we looking to actually create money, or are we looking to actually, because
Well, that's why cut services is on there, because, that might be your number 1 rather than
because I think
creating more money.
if we think we're pretty well cut, we're not gonna,
Well,
I don't see us getting a lot of money from cutting services.
Well, what we're saying is, our recommendation is creating, we have these CIP needs. How do you want us to go about addressing?
Remember the issue that prompted this is sustainable budget.
Sustainable budget, and
That's what this is pointing
and
to.
that's, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Yeah, and again, we're thinking in the context, correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan, of general fund capital needs,
Yes.
not enterprise fund.
Yes. So I'll pass these out. You can come up at your leisure.
We're writing a number next to.
Gary, you do a legend. He's got black.
At least I got the right color.
You do
I
an
don't want a red
initials?
one.
Yeah, you don't want a red one.
Uh-oh, Steve.
What?
You got the right one. So I don't know if you want to come up, or if we should pass this around, or right there.
And we,
And
you
have
said
at it.
1 through 5 and then X?
What color is how?
That's what I think. Unless you have more than 5 that you want us to explore, you could go 6, 7, 8.
Okay.
As many numbers as you want. We were originally thinking 1 through 5, but that's not anything that's set in stone.
Retiree benefits, it's like his largest number up there.
But retiree benefits would be. other
Ryan, can you
things,
leave
not
that
just
screen
the-
up there?
The retiree benefits is that, sorry, what? Oh,
He's
go
got
back
it.
to the
It'd
other
be
one.
other things, not just
Thank you.
the health, right? Or is that the only thing that they're?
No, the retirement percentage that we have to put in for current employees, for those is set by the legislature.
We don't really have any.
Change. So just those that have retired, the only thing they're getting is help?
They're getting the help,
You're
and
just
then
putting them all one.
we're
You're the things
putting
you
in
want
the
to look at.
retirement
We don't have to
system,
rank them.
that percentage,
For their pension or whatever.
their pension and then
Pension.
current people, so
Okay.
we have that, that's controlled by the legislature, where this insurance thing was something that was in our plan.
But the list,
That is,
that note is for the health.
the help, just for the help,
Yeah.
Yeah.
176.
it's just for the health benefit that we offered them.
They're all younger than 65. So. We don't know how many of those have other insurance, I'm assuming.
I don't know, I mean, I don't know
They
if
could
Gary
be
can give
working
that.
for another job or have a spouse.
It's, right now they are paying a little more. We have had some let us have basically taken their spouse off because it's financially advantageous for them to do that. And so we have had that start to happen, but we would have to gather that information. But that's one option that could be looked at too, is, we will only provide it if you don't have any other insurance. Those kind of things could be looked at.
Thank you. We can do more than one.
Okay. So now we're at the max
We are at the max now. We're the max 7 years ago.
That's exactly.
Okay,
That's what
okay.
we said. So we want to let the council know that. That's exactly what it shows.
Because I actually have that.
We just don't have 5 numbers.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if we're supposed to make
Yeah,
it 1, 2,
we
3,
went
4,
checked
5.
every one of them.
We're at max continues for,
See, this was
It's
2004.
Yeah, so it looks like, yeah, so that's fine. You can just
that
go
was
around.
because there was some guarantee.
Looks like that's kind of what so just,
Yeah, so yeah, we're.
Frank, you phone 1 through 4, we're at.
2004 date.
I see, so they're taking each line and saying
Is
it's
it
a 5
line
cell
through
or
easier
4
cell?
cell.
Okay.
That's how I use it.
We just want you to tell us what's the priority.
Free small print.
We'll make
Yeah,
that transition. We really are making our own.
Truth be told, this is a cosmetic exercise.
Yeah.
And so part of it is getting all of the timing aligned so that all your studies are done about the same time.
We did that last time, didn't we?
We did. Actually, it's one big impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they.
Yes, it's again, we have Camille.
Bryce?
Raise
Raise the screen and spend maybe 10 or 15 minutes deciding on what we want to put with the ordinance next week. In
Sure.
Next week's
That's
meeting. Be sure to list recreation center.
They've been done by various folks. I think Camille said
Separate
probably what we want to do is
county.
is get one consultant, you know, maybe it's Louis Young or something, to come in and do an overall analysis of all the studies we've done recently.
We're doing this right now.
But big impact. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess I'll start on this side, then we can swap.
Who's Joey?
That is an attorney, land use attorney.
Oh, okay.
So he's kind of he's the guy who defends cities when they get challenged by impact, other factors.
Who do you recommend, Wayne, for a water attorney?
Oh, there are some really good ones. I'll get back to you. Names are escaping me right
Okay.
now, but yeah, there's some very good
I'm
ones.
going to call Phil Lowry and ask for his advice.
Yeah, let me get you a list. There have been some who've been very involved in some of the water legislation. I'll have to come back.
I'm asking on behalf of a local canal company, irrigation company, I should say, that came into a windfall.
Or X, if you just take it.
Well, I'm excited. Hopefully we had a good group.
Hopefully
Hopefully they're still speaking.
She came back over, yeah, she did come back over and get more coffee.
Oh, she did, because we were gonna do
They
that
didn't
kind
have
of
enough.
fun. Well, that's exciting.
What's the plan for
The next one we have, there's gonna be very few, but that's okay.
making sure Duluth finishes second?
This is good. Sorry about
We're down by 10,000 votes as we speak, and it's growing. It was astounding to me. They, overnight, the system ended at midnight and started over by 8 o'clock the next morning. They were at 9,000 votes. What do they do in Duluth? They don't sleep. Yeah, that's apparently very thorough.
It's computer generated.
We had, we didn't beat Ithaca by much. We were both in the 27,000 range.
They had 9,000, they had a third of them in the first
A
8
third
hours.
of them the first 8 hours, yeah, so.
Of course, it'll probably be a larger total.
Well, there are some good things happening. We are working, Corey's been working today to get a Vote Provo street banner up this week. We're also going to put a banner in Seven Peaks. We thought that's a great place where a lot of people
Yes.
sit around with cell phones. And you might be able to help us with that. We're going to do something in conjunction with the Utah Valley Marathon. on Saturday while people are milling about before and after. We're going to have some posted QR codes where you go up and just snap the QR code with your phone and come in and vote. So we are working on some selfies. My measure of success is if I can get Dieter Uchtdorf. Then I will know we can. I'm not sure we're going to get there. Kevin Morgan's one thing, but Dieter Uchtdorf.
Yeah, Jimmer is one thing. But
That's right. That's right.
You'll be good for it, though.
A couple of years ago at Stadium of Fire, we were seated a couple of rows down, a couple of rows over from President Sister Uchtdorf. And it was, you thought it was a rock star. There were people lined up down the stairs, everybody trying to shake his hand. And they got him out, then they got down on the field after they broke through the crowd, and he was just mobbed.
no, he is.
He is.
He
He's
is
the
a rock
closest thing we
star.
have, probably.
Yes.
So,
Yes,
brother,
indeed.
he's a rock star, so.
Yeah.
But we're still working it hard.
How about Donnie Osmond?
We've talked about Donnie, thinking about trying to get Donnie and Marie together in a selfie, and so yeah, that's being explored. So yeah, I'm trying to find some names, particularly people who have large social media following, or if they post a picture up or an endorsement, it gets blasted out pretty quickly. So.
When is this vote final? When is
Sunday at midnight.
Sunday?
Well, Sunday at 10 o'clock our time, midnight Eastern.
This is a tough.
This is
Not
this
like
will be
it's
the hardest.
staying even,
Yeah.
or we're incrementally
We're not close to that.
the gap's widening.
How far are they in already?
About 10,000.
Oh, they are. What's their
Maybe I think
population?
it was 10 before we started this morning.
The population is 80,000.
Yeah.
Oh, so really? So that's not the issue, it's just a matter of.
Well, it's
Yeah.
the PR firm. They hired an online marketing.
Oh, they did?
Contest.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're, I don't know
This
what
is
they're
not,
doing, but
this is not coming from Duluth, I assure you.
I'm like, yeah, so, got a million people there voting or what?
If they hired the firm, the people that work for the firm are just sitting there voting.
Exactly, it doesn't.
Over.
Hired a bunch of college kids out for the
That's
summer.
probably,
And
that's
they're
probably
probably
exactly what happened.
It's probably true.
They probably hired a call center, a
Mhm.
bunch of kids who.
Just do that all day.
And pay per click, so that'd be my best guess.
Problem if they win, then they actually have to be able to deliver. And Duluth is going to have a very hard time doing that. A lot of disappointed folks.
New York.
It's New York, it's Duluth,
Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Last week.
Yeah, how far is that from Minneapolis?
It's pretty far out.
Yeah, it's
6
way up.
hours.
It's way
It's
up.
quite a ways down.
Way up.
It's probably what?
It's
50 miles
Canada.
South of Canada.
Mhm, Yeah.
It's
It's
Canada.
26,468 to 37,405 for Duluth.
So 11.
I haven't voted.
26,468.
I did too on the last one.
One thing we did learn too is that if you use Chrome or
You can do Chrome and you can do one, each one.
each route, and plus you can open, in Chrome, you can open what's called the incognito window, and that resets all your cookies. And so you can go in and actually you can vote.
In case you guys are bored this afternoon.
I'm liking this.
Yeah.
No, I just like that.
We have ethics and values.
Sometimes, yeah, I think it lets you once after a while, like you have to close it out and wait a little while.
So what we'll do probably Sunday night is brag that we are the most ethical.
And we're at
Yes, above board.
We can still pull it off.
We can still pull it
It's a long shot.
Did you want to
Oh, yeah.
talk about
harder
this?
as we go.
Yes.
So I just put a list here of what we would include in the budget resolution based on what we've talked about tonight.
Let's also include the survey that Kim talked about.
I did mention, put up, by the way, this little link to Seattle. A couple of years ago, they did what they called the budget simulator. And you can actually go in, they showed a $31 million general fund gap. And then they ask citizens to choose options. And what's really kind of cool about it is when you get your first balanced budget, you click go, and they say, congratulations, you balanced the budget. Oops, new labor law came into effect and now creates a $2 million shortfall because you can't reduce benefits. And so you solve that, and then you click it again and it says, oops. You know, and it's very reminiscent of the process we go through. But at the end of the day, you can get to 31 million, but it's it's pretty hard. But, and then they tracked what choices people made along the way, and there's actually a stats page at the end where you can go in and say, well, 350 residents said this, and 270 said this, and I'm wondering when we think about a survey if there's not a tool like that that forces people to make hard choices.
What about that one? Is it
What's that?
something we can get access to?
Oh yeah, you can go. It's live online today. It's 2 years old, but you can go in and play with the simulator. And
what I mean is, could we buy the simulator from somebody?
I suspect it's not that hard to develop. So we could probably put our web developers on it and see if we can come up with something like that.
What do
We
you
can
think?
establish the parameters, but I would go take a
It's
look.
promising, isn't it?
It's very fun.
Be more
It's,
entertaining than a
than a regular survey.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Did you see the one that, I think I passed on to the citizen group and then Wayne, the one that Minneapolis had? It doesn't sound as fun, but it was a spreadsheet where you have an extra $100 and it has groups, and most of them would be general fund based in our capacity, but where you would put that $100. And they've already taken $5, I think, from you out of the 100 because you have costs that are fixed. There's nothing you can do about it. And I think I sent it to Ryan. I think Ryan has that too.
So there's some good examples.
Yeah.
This one's kind of fun.
What I'm thinking of here we want to give to our staff in connection with the budget resolution that would essentially authorize or encourage them to move ahead in these directions in terms of further research and at some point sooner rather than later returning with some ask them to go ahead and conduct the survey in a timely way. We would ask them to work with the administration in assuring that the recreation center appears as its own line item in the budget from now on, and included in the quarterly report that we receive. And then following up with the most preferred CIP funding sources in the interest of a sustainable budget, and as a corollary to that, doing so with a 1, 3, 5 year window. So here's some possibilities for directives that are attached to the budget resolution, which we would say publicly, here are the directions we're interested to proceed in. As a council, these are not necessarily legislative intents. That's a little bit too formal, but these are directions we want to pursue in terms of our own information gathering and consideration of alternatives. Does that seem reasonable? Should these be changed in some way, added to?
The only thing that I would add is the sales tax revenue. I just wonder if there is benefit in having the administration work on increasing our going out. Maybe they're probably doing that already, but I don't know if anyone else feels the same way that that's maybe one avenue we could have.
Are you talking about increasing our retail base?
Yeah, increasing our retail base in order to help with next year's budget.
That's always on the radar of the Economic Development Department. Part of their mission is to.
So you think it's redundant to have to say something about it?
What?
Do you think it's redundant to say something about it?
I think.
The mayor mentioned that they
emphasize it. I think that puts additional emphasis and gives additional direction administration that's a high priority. I do know that they're focused on it, but.
And the mayor mentioned the possibility of he said spending a day even talking about what they're envisioning for increasing the revenue base. Would you please work these up into a kind of formal statement that you can send to us in advance? Maybe tomorrow, if at all possible. send to us in advance of the work session. We'll have a short conversation about it there and then make it part of the budget resolution.
What I was thinking of was having it as part of the whereas clause. Is that what you would like, or would you like it as like a?
I would actually recommend that, I know you suggested they didn't need to be intent statements, but I'd recommend we draft them as intent statements. The council work with the mayor, and we will take that as instruction to us.
That's fine.
As how we can support you in your intent.
But we're trusting the council budget committee to review the current legislative intent statements and come back to us and say, get rid of these. Here's some that you might want to consider.
Other option you could do is you could put them as attachment B to the, to the budget resolution. It would just be, so you don't have to draft them in whereases or therefore, just have a document that you would attach to the resolution as being adopted by reference.
And refer to it in the resolution. That's it.
You actually put it in the final budget book if you wanted to, just memorialize it.
As an appendix.
Yeah.
Let's also, in the language, indicate our deep interest in working closely with the administration, but also with the council budget committee.
Yeah, so work with.
In doing all of this.
Mayor. Yeah. Any other comments on these?
Nice job, we're finishing early.
Look at that. See, it's only 4 hours and 45 minutes.
What's the very bottom one, Brian?
Work toward additional sales tax revenue.
Okay.
Right, I'm interested in putting in, I have great faith in our city. And I think our departments are doing a really good job. I wonder if we ought to put some kind of support for that in the budget resolution, that we understand that they are working in a lean way. And I just don't want them to think that we're looking for ways to cut them out, to cut all the time. I like this idea of supporting them, saying we recognize the.
We can't go out and generate.
You want to have that as an intent statement, or maybe as part of the budget resolution?
Maybe an intent statement that we continue to work towards maintaining a lean. I don't know. I just.
Let's just say, how about just letting it nest under sustainable budget?
Okay, and that's fine. Because I love the word.
That seems to be a value that the administration has. Not just sales tax revenue, but revenue generally. Business related?
Mm-hmm.
Business
That's
related.
property tax.
Well, that's, yeah, that's nice.
We're interested in new revenues, generally, including sales tax.
So do you want to
But I
amend
guess
that one?
That's more of an economic development statement.
So take off this and work toward additional revenue?
Yeah, including sales tax. So we don't want to limit it to sales tax, but we don't want to delete sales tax.
Okay.
Denise, John, anything else you think? Wayne, anything else that would seem reasonable?
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
So we're back here at what time?
6:30.
6:30. In this room, I'm gonna meet here?
Meeting with our planning commission colleagues.
We'll have the room slightly set up. to
Configured a little differently.
We're checking. Thank you.
You're too old to see that.
Well, I will. We can. We'll print it out.
Okay.
So why was he kicked out of the meeting?
So they made it.
Something about it.
Oh, okay.
Development that they were